Dewey Rhines Bible. Got it. Dewey Rhines Bible. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her perfection. And lastly, the New American Bible. The new moon. Now we see that the New American Bible translation is actually utilizing the word, right? Let me read it. The new moon, like its name, renews itself. How wondrous it is when it changes a military signal to the water skins on the high. It paves the firmament with its brilliance. So let's look into why it is the New American Bible is actually utilizing the word new moon, which is what we're looking for, right? And it's in verse 8, not verse 7. Okay, no, verse 8 says the month is called after her name. The only Hebrew word that can fit there is Chodesh, which means new moon and month, right? So this is why the New American Bible utilizes the word itself, right? Moving on, another big scripture that you'll see brothers use is Psalms 81:3, right? In the King James, it reads, blow up the trumpet in the new moon in the time appointed on our solemn feast day, right? On the right side, I have the Hebrew breakdowns of what the words are actually saying in the Hebrew, right? So in the new moon, right, is utilized by the word Chodesh, and the time appointed, Kisei, our solemn feast being Chag, right? So let's get into what these words mean, the definition of these words. Y'all let me know if I'm moving too fast. Okay, Chag, right? When we look at KJV translation count, month, new, excuse me, month, new moon, monthly, another, right? Outline of biblical usage, the new moon, month, monthly, the first day of the month, the lunar month, right? In the strong definition, the new moon, and by implication, a month, monthly new moon, right? So this is why I pointed your attention to Sirach 43:8. When you're using the term, the moon is named after, the month is named after the moon, excuse me, there's only one word that can go there, right? But moving on, let's break down Kisei. KJV translation count, appointed, all right? Outline of biblical usage, full moon. And Strong's definition, apparently from H3680, properly fullness of the full moon, i.e. its festival time appointed. All right. And lastly, we have Chag, KJV translation count, feast, sacrifice, feast day, solemnity. Outline of biblical usage, festival, feast, festival gathering, pilgrim feast, feast, festival, sacrifice. So, like I said, we're seeing pilgrim feasts pop up again and festivals, right? Going down a strong definition, a festival or a victim thereof, solemn feast day, sacrifice, solemnity. All right, so let's put these together. Now, this is going into, once again, why it is that the New American Bible translation actually utilizes the word itself, new moon, in verse 8 of Sirach 43, right? Because that's the only word, well, one of which, another word you can word is yarak, but that's not the word they're using, right? But that's really the only word that you can put there in its place that means both month and moon, right? Now, breaking down Sirach 43:7, right? Now, often there may be a confusion because Sirach begins to speak on the moon phase at the full, all right? But as we continue to really evaluate the verbiage and the words being used, it'll start to create a different picture, right? Especially because when we're looking at the contemporary English version, Dewey Rhines Bible, and the New American Bible, we're seeing these words pop up again with Chag being pilgrimage feast, festivals, right? We see Kisei has a festival of its own at the full moon, right? So let's break down pilgrimage. What is it exactly? All right. So the first definition it has a pilgrim's journey. Okay, that doesn't say much. Its next bulletin says the journey to a place associated with someone or something well known or respected. Now, this should stand out to you, right? Do the children of Israel have a pilgrimage that they have to engage in or conduct, right? And the answer would be yes, right? If you look at the scriptures to the left, this is Exodus 23 and 14. 3 times thou shalt keep the feast unto me in the year. Verse 15. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I have commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month of Abib, for in it thou camest out of from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. Right? Verse 16. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. Right, verse 17. 3 times in the year, all thy males shall appear before the Lord God. All right. Another precept for that is Exodus 34. That's on the right side at the top. Exodus 34 and 23 reads, thrice in a year, which means 3 times, thrice in a year shall your men, children, appear before the Lord God, the God of Israel. All right. And finally, we have Deuteronomy 16 and 16. And it reads, 3 times in the year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose. Now, this is a pilgrimage, right? And we know the place that he chose was Jerusalem, that he finally named his, put his name upon. Originally, it was Shiloh, which he removed his name from, and he settled upon Jerusalem, right? So let me read again. 3 times in the year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty. Right. So the question now is, when does, which we all should know, right? But just for the purpose of edification, when does Feast of Unleavened Bread and specifically tabernacles take place? Now, I go into this, I left out just for, so that you know, I left out first fruits because first fruits can be a little tricky. I mean, you got to do wave offerings, sheave offerings before you can begin your count. Most brothers just start at the Sabbath after the Passover, right? But the scriptures kind of go on, and that would kind of extend my presentation. So I tried to keep it to things that are a little bit easier to be understood. So starting on the left here, Leviticus 23 and 5. In the 14th day of the first month at even is the Lord's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread unto the Lord. 7 days ye must eat unleavened bread. Verse 7. In the first day ye shall have an holy convocation, ye shall do no servile work therein. Right. So as we know, feast of unleavened bread, Passover starts on the eve of the 14th. Right. Move this guy out of the way. Moving on, Leviticus 23 and 39. Also, in the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep the feast unto the Lord 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. Verse 40. And ye shall take you on the first day the boughs of goodly trees and branches of palm trees and the boughs of thick trees and willows of the brook, and ye shall rejoice before the Lord your God 7 days. And ye shall keep it a feast unto the Lord 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. You shall celebrate it in the 7th month. You shall dwell in booths 7 days. All that are Israelite born shall dwell in booths, that your generations may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So we know these feasts take place in the middle of the month. All right, pilgrimage feast. Okay. There we go. Okay, so let's deal with the Psalms 81 and 3 confusion, right? Because when you read this, it almost reads as a run-on sentence. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon and the time appointed in the solemn feast day. That seems like it's all the same thing, right? But when we go back and we look at it in the Hebrew, Chodesh, meaning the beginning of the month, and Chag, which is pilgrimage feast, takes place in the middle of the month, are not the same thing. So the question would be, where does Kiseh or the full moon belong to? All right. So let's kind of clear it up. So once again, I utilize some contemporary English versions, which are a better rendering of the verse, right, than we see in the King James. And that happens from time to time, right? So New International Version. Sound the ram's horn at the new moon and when the moon is full on the day of our festival. New English Translation. Blow the ram's horn at the new moon and at the full moon to call a festival. Christian Standard Bible. Blow the ram's horn on the day of our feast during the new moon and during the full moon. NET Bible. Sound the ram's horn on the day of our new moon and on the day of the full moon when our festival begins, right? So we see here that there's a clear distinction between the new moon and the full moon, right? Okay, so this is a little food for thought. If Sirach 43 supports new moon being the full moon, then these verses should read entirely different. All right, now we know Sirach 43 is dead in the middle, but not, perfectly dead, but it sits in the middle of Sirach 43 and Sirach 50, right? Sirach 43 reads, yet have I more to say, which I have thought upon, for I am filled as the moon at the full. All right, Sirach 15:6. He was as the morning star in the midst of the cloud and as the moon at the full. Now, if Sirach 43, which is the same author and book, was propagating a full moon being a new moon, then this would read more like he was as the morning star in the midst of the cloud and as the moon when it is new. All right, but that's not what we're reading. Okay, so let's get into some historical references. The historical reference that I physically own, right, are the Theological Word Book of the Old Testament, Young's Bible Dictionary, and the works of Philo. All right. Let me kind of zoom in here. Can y'all kind of see that?
Okay, I can see it.
All great. Okay, Chodesh, right? Monthly, new moon. Although this word properly means new moon, it is commonly used as an equivalent of our month because the month began when the thin crescent of the new moon was first visible at sunset. All right. Now there's some other points on here that I like to grab, but I don't want to go on too long because I know I got other brothers coming behind me. So let's move to the next source. This is the Young's Bible Dictionary.
Hey, one second. You got plenty of time if you want to. I'm not saying you have to. You have plenty of time.
Yeah, okay, Con. Now I'm gonna move to the next one. Next, I'm gonna give over this one. And I think after brothers have had a chance, if brothers and sisters are interested, I'll kind of revisit those. So this is the reference in the Young's Bible Dictionary. It reads, starting at the highlighted portion, but Israel soon shifted back to lunar months of either 29 or 30 days. Now, the shifting back came from here, perhaps, if you read the bottom sentence here, it says perhaps due to Egyptian influence, right? Each month has 30 days, blah, blah, blah. I'll give you some scriptures here. Then by adding either 5 or 6 days to the end of the year, or a 13th intercalated month every several years, Israel's calendar continued to reflect the true solar year, right? So now we're going into the highlighted point, just so we can provide some context there. It says, but Israel soon shifted back into lunar months of either 29 or 30 days, so that the first of every month was a new moon feast, and Passover's 14th day fell at the full moon, right? And then the Young's Bible Dictionary provides a reference to Psalm 81:3, right? Which means that was indeed a actual and right rendering of separating the new moon from the full moon, right? And Passover being a pilgrimage feast. So I want to point that out. I have these links here. Now, if I go into these links, I know I'm gonna be way off my time, right? Because I went through this and I think I timed out somewhere around about 50 minutes. So I'm gonna leave this out. Once again, if brothers and sisters are interested or something that pertains to this comes up, we can kind of revisit this, right? But for right now, for the sake of time, I'm gonna go ahead and pass over these, all right? Move to the next one. Okay, Messiah crucifixion. Amos 8:9. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord God, that I will cause the sun to go down at noon and will darken the earth in the clear day. All right. Now we see the fulfillment of this in the book of Luke and through the Gospels in general, but specifically the book of Luke, the 23rd chapter, in the 44th verse. And it was about the 6th hour, and there was a darkness over all the earth until the 9th hour. All right, so this time span, according to Hebrew time, would be somewhere around about 1 o'clock in the afternoon till 6 o'clock in the evening. Okay, verse 45. And the sun was darkened, and the veil of the temple was rent in the midst. Now, I do want to pull this source from Julius Africanus. Okay, this is from a book. Y'all gonna have to excuse the name. It's the Jesus Inquest, right? Which is the root word of inquisition. So people that are questioning his existence, right? The case for and against the resurrection of Christ. So going down here, let me get my source, excuse me, y'all. Okay, here we go. The darkness during Jesus' crucifixion, Thales, Felgon, and Julius Africanus, right? All the Gospels mention darkness that fell during Jesus' crucifixion. It sounds like a theological metaphor, and indeed X says that it is, but there might be some secular corroboration. Thales, a Roman writing around AD 52, apparently mentioned it. Apparently, because all his work has gone missing, and we have to glean what we can from other writers who cite him. Julius Africanus, writing about AD 221, notes, Thales in his 3rd book of Histories explains away this darkness as an eclipse of the sun. Unreasonable as it seems to me, unreasonable, of course, because a solar eclipse would not take place at the time of the full moon. And it was at the season of the Paschal full moon that Christ died. And Paschal obviously related to Pesach, which means Passover, right? So if the notion is that the full moon is the new moon, then by the middle of the month, 14, 15 day, it would be a dark moon, which would be feasible for a solar eclipse. But what he's saying is that Passover is usually has a full moon, which would be physically impossible. All right. Well, not physically, but it would be impossible. Okay. Next reference. And I want to kind of give you a little bit of background on Philo. It says, a contemporary of Paul and Jesus, Philo Judaeus of Alexandria, Egypt, is unquestionably among the most important writers for historians and students of Hellenistic Judaism and early Christianity. Although Philo does not explicitly mention Jesus or Paul or any other followers of Jesus, Philo lived in their world. It is from Philo, for example, that we learn about how, like the Gospel of John, Jews and Greeks in the Greco-Roman world speak of the creative force of God and God's logos. Philo, too, employs interpretive strategies that parallel those of the authors of Hebrews. Most scholars would agree that Philo and the author of Hebrews are drawing from the same, or at least similar traditions of Hellenistic Judaism. With these kind of connections to the world of Judaism and early Christianity, Philo cannot be ignored. All right, so let's go on to what Philo is saying. Okay, starting where at the Roman numeral 26, or where it says 140 in parentheses. Following the order in which we have adopted, all right, now to add context to that, the adoption that he's got is from Moses. All right, Moses is being referenced in the pages previous. All right. Following the order of which we have adopted, we proceed to speak of the 3rd festival, that of the new moon. First of all, because it is the beginning of the month, and the beginning, whether of number or of time, is honorable. Secondly, because at this time, there is nothing in the whole heaven destitute of light. Thirdly, because at the period, the more powerful and important body gives a portion of necessary assistance to the less important and weaker body. For at the time of the new moon, the sun begins to illuminate the moon with a light which is visible to the outward senses, and then she displays her own beauty to the beholder. All right, so this is talking about the crescent. Okay, I'm gonna start at the Roman numeral 28, which is 150 in parentheses, so we can kind of get the gist of what he's talking about here. And it reads, and there is another festival combined with the feast of Passover having customary, excuse me, let me start over. And there's another festival combined with the feast of Passover having a use of food different from the usual one and not customary. The use, namely, of unleavened bread, from which is derived its name. So he's going into unleavened bread, right? So if we go down to where I have new moon written on the side, it's kind of a darker highlighted yellow, and I have some things underlined right here where it says 150 in parentheses. I'm gonna start there. And it says, and this feast is begun at the 15th day of the month, in the middle of the month, on the day in which the moon is full of light. In consequence of the providence of God taking care that there shall be no darkness on that day. All right, moving on. This is dealing with tabernacles. On the 15th day at full moon, the feast, which is called the Feast of Booths, is celebrated, for which the supplies of the sacrifice are more numerous, for during 7 days, 70 bulls, 14 rams, and 98 lambs of sacrifice. All right. Continuing with tabernacles, starting at 210. Again, the beginning of this festival is appointed for the 15th day of the month on the account of the reason which has already been mentioned respecting the spring season. Also, that the world may be full, not by day only, but also by night, of the most beautiful light, the sun and moon on their rising opposite to one another with uninterrupted light, without any darkness interposing itself between so as to divide them. So this is speaking about a full moon, all right? Okay, now this is where I'm gonna close out at. And I don't know if you guys, can y'all see this writing up here?
Okay, yeah.
All praise. So the question the question is, if it's good enough for the Messiah, it's good enough for me. All right. Now this comes from a sentiment that was expressed when the brothers had got together. I forgot what it is that we were discussing exactly, but the sentiment was expressed. But if it's good enough for the Messiah, it's good enough for me. How many of y'all agree with that? Let me say aye.
Okay.
Aye. Okay. So
Aye.
all praises. So here I have listed a few scriptures that one go into the biblical evidence that the Messiah was was here to set things right. Right. We understand the Messiah came with a particular understanding that average man didn't have. He had to understand what was going on with Abraham. We understand from John, the first chapter, that he was a light from the beginning. Right. He told his parents during the time of, actually, that's in the book of Luke. Actually, let me grab that real quick. While I'm here, bear with me 1 second. Luke, the 2nd chapter. It says, and the child grew and waxed strong. This is Luke 2:40. And the child grew and waxed strong in spirit, filled with wisdom and grace of God. And the wisdom and grace of God was upon him. Now his parents went to Jerusalem every year at the feast of Passover. So this is what's taking place here. All right. If you read down, it says, didn't you know I'd be about my father's business? So Hamashiach had a particular spirit and understanding on him that wasn't like most men, right? So the next question I'm asking is, well, evidence I'm showing here is biblical evidence the Messiah kept the feast days with everyone else. So now the question is, him having the understanding of what took place prior to him, right? If there's a notion that the new moon was set forth for the children of Israel by Babylonian worship, he would have known that. So the question is, do we see Hamashiach taking issue with the calendar and feast days that are kept? Or do we see Hamashiach keeping feast days 15 days before everybody else? Right? And these scriptures here prove indeed that he was keeping it with everybody else. Even the scripture, which is listed here in Luke 2:40, presents that Hamashiach was keeping the feast days along with everybody else, right? So at this point, I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm gonna try to stop sharing at least. Okay, can y'all see me?
Okay.
All praise. So that was what my time look like.
You're right at like 37 minutes.
Okay. See, I told you I run on. So that's the conclusion of the presentation. I wanted to open it up for any questions or concerns your brothers and sisters may have in regards to what was presented. The water of God.
I love the bar.
It's the water of God.
I don't have no question, but I'm gonna give you some praise. You know, I would kind of like everybody else to get their question in first, but I would like to be the first to say, I think your actual presentation, the putting together of the verses and the images and the pictures was spectacular.
The water of God. Thank you so much, brother. Like I said, it's the wise counsel of my Esau, bro. Because I'd have been winging it, bro. I'm telling you. Can y'all see this? So you know, she said, "Look, you got too much going on. You need to be able to show it." You know what I mean? So the water of God. Thank you, brother.
All praise the Most High.
Shalom, shalom. Can anybody hear me?
Who's I can hear you.
Norman R.
Okay, Khan, I see.
Okay, shalom. All right. Shalom, brother. Shalom, brother.
Shalom.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
How did you tie in Amos 8 and 9 to the cross?
Khan, well, this is when I was going through Amos, this is actually the only reference. I mean, you have some in Joel, but that's speaking about the day of the Lord. But this is the reference when I was reading that stood out to me. Like, yeah, this is the time in which when the Messiah was crucified, where we seen darkness upon the earth that isn't related with the day of judgment and the day of the Most High.
Okay, so question is, as I already did research on Amos, Amos is talking about the future of the Father of the Most High coming upon the earth and what's going to happen. And as I read what you read, this is, and if you go down to chapter, well, you know, great presentation. It was just more about that. Amos wasn't talking about, from my studies, from my research, Amos is not talking about Christ. Amos is talking about the Most High coming upon the earth and all the things that everything is going to change. All the, you know, the sun will go down. It will be darkness. But I just did not see how the cross was affiliated with the future prophecy. So that's just something that just stood out to me, and I just let you respond.
Absolutely, and I'm interested in building with you, brother, in regards to your findings. Absolutely, I would love to.
Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, we can chop it up.
All praises. I see. Brother Daoud got his hand up.
Okay.
All right, Shabbat Shalom, Ms. Fox T.
Shabbat Shalom.
Okay, first and foremost, excellent presentation, Aki. Let me go ahead and get that in my inbox, Bavaka Shah, because I've been trying to, you know, kind of learn about this calendar thing, and you got sources and everything, and Toda Rabah to the Most High for Nashim, you know, Nashim Gadol, you know, great women, because I would have been doing the same thing you said you was doing. I'd have been winging it. Did have a question though.
Yes, sir.
All right, now I'm glad that Adon Norman went first. That way, when I question you and kind of, you know, push back on you, I'm not the first one to do it. So when it comes to the comment that you made about if it's good enough for the Messiah, it's good enough for me, right? I agree. However, my question would be, right, would the how do I say this? Okay, if you were the ones, right? I'm talking about the authors. If you were the ones who are also influenced by the influence that changed the calendar, then would you show the Messiah going against that calendar if you know that calendar throws us off, if that makes sense.
And I see where you're coming from. That is, in my honesty, that's a deep conversation, and that can start to kind of tread in some dangerous areas now, because now we're starting to get to the point where can we even trust anything the Bible said, because they could have did anything to it, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and, we build all the time, bro. So I'm interested in seeing, your breakdown in this. But this is the book of Psalms, right? The book of Psalms. What do I want to be? Actually, let me just go to the book of Isaiah 28. All right, because we're dealing with different translations. You're dealing with scribes and these different things. So let me bring this up. Isaiah 28:11. For but stand or listen another tongue while I speak unto this people, right? There is a means of why we've been able to retain this information, right? There's a means of reason why we've been able to preserve it and even get it in the language that we speak today, right? And I would like to believe that the Most High obviously had a hand in that, in being able to preserve that information, right? Now, going into the King James, is it a perfect translation? No, right? There's some faultiness there, right? And even what you're saying is going even further back than that, right? But when you do a one-to-one, looking at the King James, you're looking at the sources coming from, you're looking at the codexes that were used for the King James, you're looking at the lexicons that were used for the King James. It's a very small amount of error between the two, right?
Yeah, I'm not, okay. So I'm not saying that like the whole translation is crazy, anything like that. Sure. My whole thing is more of a, for example, and I know this could, I'm just gonna say it, and then Nakim, you could put a period on the end of this. But so we know that Matthew, what's it like, 20:28 or something like that, where it says that you shall baptize in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
I think is it Matthew? Yeah, for sure. That's the end of Matthew.
So that was added, right?
Yes,
so that's not necessarily in the original codexes and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is like stuff like that, like as far as the words of the Mashiach and things of that nature, I'm not necessarily talking about things changing in that, but the doctrine that could mess us up around him, possibly. But it was just a question based on other things that I've heard about the calendar. And then when you said that, it just kind of made me think. But we can
yeah, excellent point, bro. And I want to hear more about it for sure.
All praise. I'm done, Nakim. I'm done. I'm quiet.
I already know who we're dealing with, and there is no issues at all. We anticipate the questions, like that's the whole point of the question session, right? After the lesson, after the presentations, that's the whole point of the questions, right? So ask any question. There's nothing off the table.
While it's fresh in the mind, that's why we want to do it after each presentation. You know what I mean?
Right.
These are some excellent points these brothers coming with, man, for sure. And I want to build on these points for sure.
Aliyahu, you had I saw you raise your hand for a brief second.
Yeah, if nobody else has a question at the moment, I have one.
Khan, please.
Toda. All right. If you could you do me a favor? Could you put up I think it was the first slide you had with Ecclesiasticus on it, 43 and 7 and 8. Now, I'm gonna tell you, oh, okay. Let me see. Let me make sure.
Was it this one?
Hold on. I gotta move something out the way.
Okay, go on. That one.
Well, yeah, that one. Go back one.
This one.
Let me see. It might have been for verse 8, but the one that looks like this for verse. Let me see.
This one.
Hold on. Let me see. I put 43:7, the contemporary English version. So I must.
Yeah, here it is, right here.
Yes. Okay. Sweet. All right. All right. Let me just make sure I understand you. Your understanding is that the first sliver of light, or the first crescent of light of the moon, is the new moon phase that begins the month, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you were going through this slide right here and you were talking about the different translations that you were using, the contemporary English version seemed, and I don't know if you can move your mouse because it's in the middle of a word. Oh, there you go, Toda. The contemporary English version, I'm gonna just read it. It says, and setting the times for sacred festivals when its light has become dark, a new month begins.
See,
that seems to contradict what you believe. It says when its light has become dark. Your belief is that the first sliver of light, a new month begins. But this particular version literally says the opposite.
Right. And you know what? If I don't want to cut into, because I know Nehemiah goes after me. So I want to clear it with him first before I proceed forward. Because I'm so glad you brought that out, which is the reason why, pursuant to the law, nothing shall be established by one witness, but rather by two or three, which is why I provided four sources. Right. So if we would like, we can redact him. Right. But even with that, the premise would still be the same. Would you agree?
Did you say redact him? I'm not
we
sure.
can redact the contemporary English version, that entire translation. If we can redact that entire, you know what I mean?
I mean, I don't mind that. I just wanted to point out that
that it's different. Oh yeah. I'm following. I'm definitely following.
That you used it kind of like in support of. So, but I had kind of caught it. But that's fine if we're going to redact the contemporary English version for this one. But if you could you go to the next one, 43:8. Okay. Yes. And for this one, I'm just going to read the regular KJV, and then my question going to be real simple.
Okay.
So it says, Ecclesiasticus 43:8, the month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven. I really just want to deal with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The first 7 words, which is the month is called after her name, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. When you were going over this, you were talking about the Hebrew word Kadesh means new moon and month, right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Con. Okay. And that's why you was pulling out 43:8, right?
Con.
Okay. If you could do me a favor, could you go to Shemot? Actually, you pulled it up on the slide that had the 3 pilgrimage verses. Right here. Okay. My question is this: in Ecclesiasticus, I'm sorry, I'm
no, that's all right.
I'm recovering, you know what I'm saying? So I'm hit or miss. But in Ecclesiasticus 43:8, it says the month is called after her name. And a lot of brothers in Yashar all use this for the support of the new moon. But what I want to point out is in Exodus 23 in verse 15, it says, thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. Right here, the month is called Abib. Abib has nothing to do with Kadesh. Like the actual Hebrew word for Abib, like Abib is a Hebrew word. I mean, if you want to be like technical Hebrew, it would be Aviv, Aviv. But if you're going to do strictly Paleo Hebrew, it's Abib. But here, the month is called Abib. This is in Shemot or Exodus, the second book of the Torah, whereas Ecclesiasticus is like, you know, way down the line, right? That's like we in the Apocrypha, right? So if Sirach says that the month is called after her name, but yet we have the Most High speaking to Moses to speak to the children of Israel about one of these pilgrimage feasts, but he calls the month Abib. Abib literally means to make barley ripe, and the sun does that. So then how would the sun makes barley ripe, or Abib, or fully mature? So if the month here is called Abib, then how would we mesh Exodus 23:15 and Ecclesiasticus 43:8? Because the month here is called something. It's not called Kodesh. It's not even called Yerach right here. It's called Abib or Aviv. Like Tel Aviv, this is really where that word comes from.
Psalms 23:20, Chodesh.
This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. Chodesh again.
Huh?
The word is using there is Chodesh.
In which the word
Exodus. Where? Exodus 2.
Exodus.
Well, hold on, you was in Exodus 34. Excuse me.
No, 23:15.
23.
Yeah.
23:15. Let me get it. I apologize, but that was the wrong one.
All right, good. You good, bro?
Okay. You shall keep the feast by leavened bread, man. 7 days. Upon this no way. Okay. Okay. Hold on. In the month, yeah. Chodesh.
Strong's H2320, Chodesh.
Chodesh Abib, right?
Chodesh.
Yeah, in the month of Abib, right? It's the same word. It's interchangeable.
No, I get that. Oh,
if I may, I didn't mean to cut you off. If I may, specifically, what he's referring to in 43 in Sirach 43:8 is the fact that it says the month is called after her name, right? Talking about the moon. And so what he's harping on here is, and harp is not a bad word. What he's harping on here is this month in particular has a name, and that name of that month is Abib. So how do we correlate what Sirach is saying in 43 and what Moses wrote here in Exodus 23?
Oh, okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
But let me add one thing to that.
Uh-huh.
Because you did it, Nehemiah, and told out y'all for that. Moses writes this, and Moses is the lawgiver.
Come.
I'm not discrediting Sirach. I'm not saying don't read Sirach. I'm not telling nobody don't read Sirach. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm just trying to lay the foundation that Moses is the lawgiver, and right in here he calls the month Abib, and Abib has to do with the sun, not the moon.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So let me do you still need this?
No, you good. You can take it down.
Let me take it down. Okay. So
and I'm sticking. And the same thing in Exodus 12:2. In Exodus 12:2, he says Yahuwah is speaking, the Most High. He says in the month Abib.
Gone. Now as because Chodesh has several different definitions, as we've seen, one of which being obviously the first day of the month, but then the entire 30-day span, right? So in this particular, I understand what you're saying. In truth, I'm kind of lost on where you're getting lost, right? Because within this 30-day span, that month is called Abib, right? But the term itself for month is Chodesh. You know what I'm saying? Like this month is the month of January. You know what I'm saying? So
right. So what I'm saying is even the first day of the month would be a part of that 30-day cycle.
Correct. Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So I'm not negating that the word Kodesh is there. I don't want you to think that. It's clearly there. But it's Kodesh Abib. It's calling the month by the name Abib, not Iraq or not even Kodesh. But it's not even referring to the moon here. It's referring to the month. Abib is what I'm trying to say. Like yeah.
Okay. And I think I know this is a well, we're gonna get deeper into this in your dissertation, right? So I'm gonna get a little bit more of an understanding of where exactly you're coming from, which I'm interested in getting into. Right? So yeah, let me get your premise. That way I can kind of work on it. But like I said, we see. I'm sorry.
I don't mean to cut you off. But this is an effort in building, right? What you guys are seeing, we're not battling one another. We're not at odds with one another. We're just trying to get to a deeper understanding and make sure we present all of the information. In that vein, what we see in Sirach 43 and 8 is a global coverage, right? Even though the month has a specific name, Abib, it is still a month. Right. So when he says that month is called after her name, that's what it's talking about. So it's not called a week, it's not called a day, it's called a month. So even though we do have several months that actually have names, Bull, Kislev, Nissan, and all those others, all those other names that come up, they have specific names. And Dawood, I love that headboard. They have specific names, but what we see in Exodus 12 and what we see in Exodus 23 is that it's still a month. Sirach 43 is not saying that every month has the same name, because then you'd have all the months would be called Kodesh. Right. It would be nearly impossible to identify the differences between the months if they were all called month, right? If that was their specific name. Like, well, what month is it? Oh, well, it's month.
It's month.
Well, which month? This one. So they have names, right? And I think this is just my understanding, my current understanding. That's what Sirach is going into. He's saying that they are called month, just like this one. This group of days is called weeks. This group of days is called a year. This group of days is called century or whatever. This particular 30-day period is called a month, and it's named after the moon. It's called, so you get that Kodesh word. And I know where you're going to go, and I love you for it, because it causes great conversation. The word for moon is Yerach, right? Mm-hmm. So we don't see that here. We don't see that anywhere else in the scriptures that we just referenced. You see it in other scriptures in the Bible, but we don't see it in these three in specific. So I think Sirach is just being very vague and very general in what he's talking about when he says that the month, literally those two words, the month, quote unquote, is called after the moon. That's why they're interchangeable when we see them in scripture.
If I could, because the brother touched on an excellent point in regards to this particular. Let me pull it so everybody knows what I'm talking about. And in regards to the contemporary English version for Sirach 43, right? So if I could, I'd like to deal with that really quickly, because this is starting to take me into some of those links that I didn't want to deal with for the sake of time. But since this came up in the conversation, I want to deal with that very briefly, right? So we don't deal with any astrology or astronomy. Excuse me. Astrology is dealing with
you was right.
zodiac signs.
Astrology.
We don't deal with astrology, right? Or really astronomy either, to a certain degree, right? Or at least in the rendering of the new moon, at least our foremothers didn't, right? We weren't dealing with NASA space centers and smartphones and Hubble telescopes, right? We had to deal with what we can see according to the eye, right? Optically see, right? So let me read this really briefly. It reads, in astronomy, the new moon is the first lunar phase when the moon and the sun have the same ecliptic latitude. At this phase, the lunar disk is not visible to the unaided eye. So this is what you call a dark moon, right? But is present by but its presence may be detected because its occult stars behind it. Let me get into the next paragraph. The original meaning of the term new moon, which is still sometimes used in calendrical non-astronomical context, is the first visible crescent of the moon after conjugation with the sun. This thin waxing crescent is briefly and faintly visible as the moon gets lower in the western sky after sunset. The precise time and even the date of the appearance of the new moon, by its definition, will be influenced by the geographical location of the observer. The first crescent marks the beginning of the month in the Islamic calendar and in some lunisolar calendars, such as the Hebrew calendar. In the Chinese calendar, the beginning of the month is marked by the dark moon, the last visible crescent of the waning moon, right? So this is just Wikipedia dealing with astronomy. And if you allow me, I want to pull this one last source. Okay, so this book right here is called Herod the Great and Jesus: Chronological, Historical, and Archaeological Evidence, right? So let me get rid of you so I can read. Okay, this is the bottom of page 19, all right? And just bear with me 1 second. I'm gonna bring this out because that was an excellent point. Okay, despite the perfect consistency of all this, despite the perfect consistency of all this chronological data, some relentless defenders of the death of Herod in 4 BCE, despite this, claiming that the reconstruction of the Jewish calendar was fixed by a council of elders in Israel, founded by Ezra after the return of Babylonian exile, which was set intercalary months according to the specific calculation, and thus the year 4 and 1 BCE were embolismic, which would shift the second Sabbath to December of the previous year. However, this assumption, let me come down a little bit. However, these assumptions are baseless because the Jewish calendar remained based on the observation of the new moon until at least 358 CE. However, calendars used in early centuries could be slightly different from calendars calculated according to astronomy. There we go again. To astronomy, because the observation of the first crescent was difficult, possibly delay of 1 day. The intercalary month, in case of delay compared to equinox, could be carried over to the following year, implying a shift of 1 month during that year. The Talmud marks show that the first century calendar is dependent on the observation, not calculation. All right, so let me jump back. Could y'all see anything I was doing?
Absolutely not.
Could y'all hear me what I said?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, let me do this real briefly because I want to make sure y'all see this. Can y'all see this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, real briefly, right? I apologize. Astronomy, the new moon is the first lunar phase when the moon and the sun have the same ecliptic latitude. At this phase, the lunar disk is not visible to the unaided eye. So this is astronomy, right? This is what our people weren't dealing with this. We were dealing with what we could physically see. But its presence may be detected because of the occult star behind it. Okay. Second paragraph. The original meaning of the term new moon was still sometimes used the calendrical, non-astronomical context. This is what we're looking for. Is the first visible crescent of the moon after conjugation with the sun. This thin waxing crescent is briefly and faintly visible as the moon gets lower in the western sky after sunset. The precise time and even the date of appearance of the new moon, by this definition, will be influenced by the geographical location of the observer. The first crescent marks the beginning of the month in the Islamic calendar and some lunisolar calendars, such as the Hebrew calendar. Okay, can y'all see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on. So I'm gonna move to this next source. Like I said, this is Herod the Great and Jesus: Chronological, Historical, and Archaeological Evidence. Y'all might have heard this, but I just want to make sure y'all see it so I know I ain't doing no trickery over here. So this is, get out of here, I don't want you. This is page 19, the bottom of page 19. Okay, despite the perfect consistency of all this chronological data, some relentless defenders of the death of Herod at 4 BCE, despite this, claiming that the reconstruction of the Jewish calendar was fixed by a council of elders in Israel, founded by Ezra after the return of the Babylonian exile, which would set intercalary months according to the specific calculations, and thus the year 4 and 1 were embolismic, which would shift the second Sabbath to December of the previous year. However, these assumptions are baseless because the Jewish calendar remains based on the observation of the new moon until at least 358 CE. However, calendars used in early centuries could be slightly different from calendars calculated according to astronomy. Now, that's what I'm saying. We're running into this word again, which is what the observance of a dark moon is. All right. Let's see. According to astronomy, because the observation of the first crescent was difficult, possibly delay of 1 day, the intercalary month, in case of delay compared to equinox, could be carried over to the following year, implying a shift of 1 month during that year. The Talmud remarks show that the first century calendars depended on observation, not calculations. Okay, so let me stop sharing. I want y'all to see what I was talking about. Now, these are some of those sources that I was dealing with that, like I said, would take me way over my time. But since some of these things are coming up, which was excellent, bro, because I'm glad you brought that out. I wanted to kind of speak on it a little bit. So I hope that was clear. I know I was kind of running on there. Yes, sir. I see a hand in there. Brother Dawood.
Okay, shalom again. All right, so real quick, it was 2 things. I even had to take a picture of one of them. One was just something that I find interesting is that in the Wikipedia article, right, it said such calendars as the
Islamic.
Islamic calendar, and then it said, but some are lunisolar, such as the Hebrew calendar. Now, for us that study, right, most of the time when they're talking about us, you never see Hebrew or Israelite. It's always Jewish this or Jewish that. So to me, I thought that was kind of odd that now they want to, tie that calendar to them. But that's lightweight. But the picture I had to take was of the article, of the book that you just read, right? And it said that however, these assumptions are baseless because the Jewish calendar, see what I'm talking about, remained based on the observation of the new moon until at least 358 CE, right? Which is when they say that it changed over to calculations. But so my question would be, since I didn't read that book, I'm gonna ask, did they actually go into evidence proving that we did that up until 358 BC? Or, well, that book is about Herod and Jesus. But do we have proof that before, I'm going to say Babylon, that we use this system?
That and the system of observing the moon?
Yeah, as far because I know it's quite hard to find things pre Babylonian captivity, but then after Babylonian captivity, you have a lot of evidence, supporting this moon cycle.
Now, here's what I want to say, because I don't want us to miss the fact that it said lunisolar, right? So the moon, the sun, it's not like the sun doesn't have any importance, right? But in regards to observing the cycle of the month, the sun and the moon almost operate like a big and small hand, right? They're working in accordance with each other, right? So I know sometimes that can be a point of contention with brothers because they say, okay, where's the sun in all this? You know what I'm saying? It's definitely there, but they were fixed on the observance of the moon, but we understand we observe our Sabbaths due to the sun, right? It depends on when the sun goes down, right? You would be unclean until the evening. That's when the sun goes down. You feel what I'm saying? So it's operating on that regard. But I do have a source, if you're interested, I can share in regards to this possibly being picked up calendar-wise from Babylon. I have, that's one of the other sources I have. Like I said, I didn't want to go over too far. So I can definitely share that with you. I can email it to you if you want to just kind of read through it yourself. So it's up to y'all, because I don't want to hold up too much in the Nehemiah's time that's coming behind me.
Okay.
So yeah, let me see. I maybe put it in the chat. Let me see. Aliyahu, did you have a question for me, y'all?
I thought Dawood was saying something.
No, I was dealing with the source. He was looking for a source that was prior to Babylon, right? Which I want to bring out. But go ahead.
Okay. Only because you just said it, but you just made a statement. You said for the Shabbat, for the Sabbaths, we use the sun when the sun go down, or you were unclean until the sun went down, which is true. But let me pose it as a question. Is it not true that in Leviticus or Wa'ikra 23, when Yahuwah is introducing the feast to Moses, the first feast is the Shabbat? 20,
Leviticus
23.
Is that 30?
It's 23.
23, Leviticus 23 and
One, 23, 1 and 2.
Could you read that? If you have it really quick, just the first, I'll let you know when to stop.
All right. The book of Leviticus, chapter 23. I'm in Genesis. That ain't gonna work. Okay. Oh, come on, last time. Click on the sword out. All right. Leviticus 23 and 1.
Mhm.
I'm gonna read it as is. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feasts of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocation, even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings.
Can you just the 5, please?
God, these are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which you shall proclaim in your seasons. Verse 5. And the 14th day of the month at even is the Lord's Passover.
Okay. So here's my question. In Israel, they will say we use the moon to determine the feast.
Mm-hmm.
And when they say that, they're referring to Passover through tabernacles. But here, the very first feast of Yahuwah that Yahuwah Elohim himself mentions is the Shabbat. My question would be, why would we use the sun to determine the Shabbat, but then use the moon to determine the other feast when all of them are the feast of Yahuwah?
Well, let me let you finish your statement because I can answer that when you're ready.
Okay.
I was finished.
Okay, Okay, let me share my screen. Give me 1 second. Okay, can y'all see what I got?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do this. And there's season. Okay. And there's see. Okay, we see this word, Moed.
Strong page 4150.
Mm-hmm.
Moed.
Okay. As you see, feast, season, appointed time, assembly, solemnity, solemn days, sign, synagogue, appointed place, appointed time, meeting, appointed time, sacred season, set feast, appointed season. Okay, so it's giving us the definition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now this is the same. When we look at, let me go to biblical usage. Matter of fact, it's already here. Genesis 1 and 14.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And God said, let there be light in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. Now that word there is moed, right? So this right here, let me go to Genesis. Now this is why I always say that it's not that we're not showing the sun any love, it's that it's not determining the seasons, right? Which is actually what we see in verse 4, right? These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which you should proclaim in their season. And notice he makes a difference between what's being said in verses 1 through 3. Let me read again. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocation, even these are my feasts. Verse 3, 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day is the feast of the Lord, of the holy convocation. You shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. Right now, verse 4. These, he's setting a line of demarcation now. These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons. Right? Now, this is not determined to, now this is where the moon starts to come in now. Right? Where for you to determine it in this proper season, which is Moed, we have to be dealing with the moon. This is what it's talking about. Right? The sun, obviously, we're going day by day, right? But determining these moons or months that we're in, this is depending on seasons, right? And the moon is the sign of feast, as it says. So now we're starting to be, the moon is now an indicator of when you have come into this season properly. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm following you, but if I may, but he says the same thing at the end of verse 2. He says, even these are my feast. And then verse 3 is the Shabbat. So
right, but it
repeats.
But you're missing season.
No, I'm about to address season.
Okay, come on, go. Let me let you finish.
Right. So because like Passover is in a particular season, spring. Trumpets is in a particular season, fall. The Shabbat is just every 7 days. It's in all 4 seasons versus the annual feast days in particular seasons. So the Shabbat is in its season because it's in every season. It's in spring, it's in summer, it's in fall, but it's just not determined by a season. So I understand what you're saying, and I do understand that, but my point of contention would be the Shabbat is still a feast. So you just quoted it. The moon is a sign for feast. So the Shabbat is a feast, but we don't use the moon to determine the Shabbat.
Right. But this is why I wanted to clarify which feast he's making reference to. Right. It is a feast indeed. Right. But like I said, and as you stated, the Sabbath is every 7 days. Right. In fact, to identify one of the pilgrim feasts that we deal with, we have to count 7 Sabbaths.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like you said, I mean, I understand your point that the Sabbath is in the season because it's in every season, right? But because it's so ubiquitous, you know what I mean? You don't, first of all, you don't ever want to miss a Sabbath. That's cause of being put to death as far as the law is concerned, right? But you can keep Passover before the vernal equinox, which is outside of its season. And if you're doing that, then you're off now. You understand what I'm saying? So like I said, how can I explain it?
I understand you correctly.
Okay, come on.
Kane, let me help. So when you see in the verse, in verse 4, in verse 4, so Leviticus 23 and verse 4, these are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which he shall proclaim in their seasons. What do we see that's common about every feast day except for the Sabbath day? They occur once a year. That's what it means in their season, because they only occur once. The Sabbath occurs 52 plus or minus times a year. So it has no specific season that it falls into, like Aliyahu was just saying. It occurs in every season, all 4 seasons, every 7 days. So it's different from the rest of the feast days in that particular point, that the rest of them only occur one time in a certain season. You cannot celebrate Feast of Tabernacles in the wintertime. You're going to die. You can't celebrate first fruits or Pentecost. Likewise, in the wintertime, you can be outside in the cold. That's not going to happen. So each feast day, other than the Sabbath, has a particular season that it needs to, that it has to, according to the Most High, that it has to happen in. That's why it says in their seasons. We know that the Sabbath day does not have a particular season, so it does not correspond with these. That's why in verses 1 through 3, when you get to the 3rd verse and it's talking about the Sabbath, it's different. This one is not determined by the moon. And if we go to Genesis 1 and 14, which we're not about to do, because that's part of my presentation.
Right.
If you go into there, you see that the sun and the moon did not exist until the 4th day of the count. And even still in that, the Most High kept the Sabbath the seventh day. So if we use the moon or the sun to determine the Sabbath at that point, we would have to, it would have been on the 11th day that we would have actually celebrated the Sabbath. So we know that that's not the case.
If I could, I'd like to add to that. And this is the book of Numbers, chapter 9. And I'm gonna start at verse 1. And this is kind of the precept to Leviticus 23 and 4.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
no, I'm sorry. You go ahead, bro. I'll go after you. I just wanted to tie what Nehemiah just said into what you just said before you move to the next verse. But
okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Let me let you do that.
Okay, so Nehemiah, I understand what you just said, right? But we're looking at this from a strictly English perspective when it says season. But Eliasaph kind of proved this. In English, it's season, but the actual word there is moed. It literally means appointed time. And the Sabbath is an appointed time. Okay. So that's why I'm saying there really is no difference. I mean, if you want to go strictly English seasons, then there's the difference of Passover must be in, like we were just saying, Passover must be in spring, trumpets must be in fall. But the word here doesn't really, seasons doesn't really designate that here. It designates an appointed time. And he showed that, I think it was the blue letter. Yeah. So that's the word moed. So that's why I'm saying from a Hebraic standpoint, there is no difference in the feast here or the moeds here, because they're the Sabbath and all 7 are appointed times. But go ahead, Liza.
Okay. I think that's my fault.
No, go ahead. You got
it. And I think that's a great point, because that's really why I have my hand up. It's like it's a season, yeah, but he already said it. I concur with what the Nabi just said. It's a difference between the Hebrew word and the English translation for it.
If I could, I'd like to just bring this out real quick. Hopefully this will kind of add a little clarity to the situation before we let our brother Nehemiah go. This is the book of Numbers, chapter 9. Do I have it in chat? I put it in chat. Chapter 9, verses 1 through 3. And it reads, "And the Lord spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the second year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Let the children of Israel keep the Passover at its appointed season. In the 14th day of this month at evening, ye shall keep it in his appointed season according to all the rites of it, and according to all the ceremonies thereof shall ye keep it." So, like Nehemiah was saying, this is a particular part of the year that only comes around once, right? And you got to make sure you're hitting that at the time when you're supposed to get it, right? And this is why he's telling you, according to all the rites and according to the ceremonies of it. You know what I mean? We have a Sabbath every 7 days, right? Your Passover is only coming around once a year. Be the most High will life lasts that you see it. You know what I mean? Tabernacles and these things only come around once a year. You know what I mean? And even when we're reading Numbers, this is what's funny. When we're reading Numbers, the 9th chapter, what he's specifically speaking about is Levite priests that were unclean at the time and had to make up keeping the Passover, right? Because they missed it in its season. And he's providing them with a law to say, okay, you missed it here for being unclean. Try to catch it next month. You know what I mean? So I hope that just provides a little bit more clarity on the situation. But I don't want to hold the brother up any longer if we don't have any more questions.
Okay. All praise to the Most High. That was a wonderful presentation. If anyone else has any more questions, we'll try to keep them until we'll try to have the questions pertain to the presentation that went before it. But at the end, if there are some other questions, feel free to put them in the chat, or feel free to reach out to the brothers, or we'll just try to stick around for a little while so that you can ask any additional questions. Everybody clear on that?
On.
So with that, okay, I got you. So with that, I'm gonna start my presentation. It's 2:35. I'm gonna keep mine within time. So we're gonna start here, and I don't have a lot of visuals. I think I may have one or two. So what we're gonna start in the scripture. Let's go to Genesis chapter 1. I will put this in the chat for you guys, and we'll start at verse.
You want me to describe because you already presenting, bro.
Oh, okay. Kane, that'll work.
Where's mom at?
She on the phone. She's on her phone.
Oh, okay.
Laptop. So we'll go to Genesis chapter 1, and we'll start at verse 14. And the question is, in what phase was the moon when it was first created, right? And so when it's first created, it don't get no newer than that. It don't get no newer than that. So we're talking about new moon, first created. This is all the same thing. So Genesis chapter 1 and verse 14. And it reads, and Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, and Elohim made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. So what we want to see here, and this is something that the people who know me, you guys know how I am. I like context. I like language, right? So what we see here is one adjective that applies to both lights. And it's one word, and it means great. It's great. So the one word that describes both lights, the sun and the moon, is great. They are both great. So in order for this, whatever this word great means, in order for it to exist here, it has to apply to both of them. We can't say that the moon is hot, right? Because people stood on the moon. The sun is, so it has nothing to do with temperature. We can't say that they are both ginormous because we know that the sun and the moon are two different sizes. We can't say that. So this word great has to apply to both. Now, when you look at it in the Hebrew, that word great there is gadol, G-A-D-O-W-L. And it means large. It has a few definitions, but three that we'll get to right now are large in size, right? Intensity and importance. Right. So we know that out of these three definitions, that this can apply to both the sun and the moon. Right. The sun is much larger than the moon. Yes, we know that. But the moon is still large in itself. In intensity, or let's skip intensity for right now. Let's go to importance. We know that they are both important because they both determine days, seasons, times, and years for us. And we need that. We need those because without them, we can't determine our feast days. We don't know what day it is. We don't know what time of season it is. So we need them. So we know that they are both important. Now, intensity, when you look into that word intensity, it's either sound, meaning they're loud. And we know that neither the sun nor the moon make a sound that we can hear from here, right? And it also goes into brightness, right? So this is something that we need to pay attention to, the intensity as in its brightness. Now, the definition that we have for that word great has to apply to both lights. We know that the sun is always bright. It is a giver of light. Nothing gives the sun any light at all. But the moon has phases where some of those phases, it's not bright at all. And I'm going to show you why it's important that the moon is bright and how it pertains to this that we're going into. If you haven't already figured out, I personally believe that the moon is new when it is full. I'm a full moon subscriber. So we know that the sun is always bright. So at the time that the moon was created, that we see in Genesis 1 and 16, when they were both created, they were both great. That word great means that they were both lights and they were both bright lights. That's that word great. It's intensity, the brightness. They were both bright lights. The moon does not get any brighter than when it's full. That's impossible. When it's completely full of light, that's its absolute brightest point. So the moon had to be bright as well, because the sun is always bright. So if this word great describes both lights, then they both had to be bright as possible, the brightest that they can be. So it's brightest when it's full, right? So let's go back to Genesis 1:16. And it says, the greater light to rule the day. We know that this is referring to the sun, because the sun is the bright in the day sky. There's nothing brighter than the sun. Even when you look up and you see the moon in the daytime sky, it still pales in comparison to the brightness of the sun. So we know that there is nothing brighter than the sun in the daytime sky. Now the moon is the lesser light, because it is less bright as this. It's lesser bright, whatever, less brighter, however you say it. It is not as bright as the sun. It has less brightness as the sun does. That's why it's the lesser light. But the end of verse 16, and the lesser light to rule the night. In the same way that the sun rules the daytime, meaning it's the brightest object in the daytime sky, the moon at this particular point when it was created had to be the brightest object in the night sky. You don't get that with any other phase. I take that back. I don't know exactly what the luminary count is for the half moon or anything larger than the half moon. But at a certain point, the moon is the brightest thing in the sky, and it has to be. So without any arbitrary, like, should not just say that you can choose an arbitrary moment or an arbitrary phase of the moon greater than halfway, right? You find one spot that you can pick, that you can draw a clear delineation of when it's the brightest, and that's when it's full. At the moon, at the full moon, it is the absolute brightest thing in the sky. There's no cluster of stars that are brightest than the moon. There are some stars that are right around the moon in our path, in our field of view, that when the moon is full, you can't even see them. It's not that they aren't there anymore. It's just that the moon is so bright, you can't see them. Once the moon continues on through its phase and it gets darker and it gets dimmer, you can see that those stars are still there. They're still in the same spaces that they occupied before. But because the moon, when it's so bright, when it's so full, it rules the night. Literally, it's the brightest thing out there. You can't see them. So this is the context of Genesis 1:14 through 16, when the luminaries, or when the sun, the moon, and the stars were brand new. It doesn't get any newer than that on the first day they were created. So let's go and see why they were created. Verse 15, and let them be for lights in the firmament. That's the first point right there. The sun, the moon, and the stars were created to be lights, right? So if you can't consider the dark moon to be a light because it doesn't give off any light. It doesn't rule anything. It's not giving any light. The first slice barely gives off any light, but it is a light. And that's not a stab at my brother Elias. The last sliver, it doesn't give off any, it gives off some light, but it doesn't give off anything to rule the night. That's just not the case. So there's supposed to be lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, not just to be lights in the sky that you can see them, but they are literally supposed to give lights on the earth, right? So at the moment the moon is full, just like the sun, it's always full. The sun gives light upon the earth. When the moon is full, it gives light on the earth. If you've ever been outside at night on a full moon, you can see. You can see well enough to navigate. You can see well enough to walk around outside and not fall into a hole or run into a car or run into a fence or something like that. You can literally see the moon is literally giving light upon the earth, right? So this is one of their primary functions, to give light or to shine. That word there in Hebrew is, I don't know how to pronounce it, it's O-W-R, and I guess it's Ower. It means to be or become light, to shine. So we have to understand that all three of these luminaries, I'm sorry, the sun and the moon have to be great. They have to be lights, they have to shine. The stars also, the stars don't have phases. We know that the stars are always shining. But the sun and the moon in this context have to be shining, because it says that they are to be lights, to give light upon the earth, to be light or become light or to shine. Now I had a whole thing where I went into the calendar, and we're not going to do that right now. That's going to be later. So we have to, so let's go from there And we'll go to Numbers chapter 10 and verse 1. Numbers chapter 10 and verse 1. And let me know if I'm going too fast. We're going to read 1 through 10 to be exact. And it reads, and Yahuwah spake unto Moses, saying, make these 2 trumpets of silver, of a whole piece shalt thou make them, that thou mayest use them for the calling of the assembly and for the journeying of the camps. And when they shall blow with them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves to be at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And if they blow but with 1 trumpet, then the princes, which are heads of the thousands of Israel, shall gather themselves unto thee. When ye blow an alarm, then the camps that lie on the east part shall go forward. When ye blow an alarm the second time, then the camps that lie on the south side shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. But when the congregation is to be gathered together, ye shall blow, but ye shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aaron, the priests, shall blow with the trumpets, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. Verse 9, and if ye go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresseth you, then ye shall blow an alarm with the trumpets, and ye shall be remembered before Yahuwah your Elohim, and ye shall be saved from your enemies. Now, all from verse 1 unto verse 9, these are all times when we will, as a people, were to blow the trumpet for different reasons, right? You will blow the trumpets for gathering, blow the trumpets for alarms, you will blow the trumpets for many things. Verse 10 is going to do something different. It's going to show you, it's going to continue in the same pattern as to why we blow the trumpet, but I want you to notice something. Verse 10, also in the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days, and in the beginning of your months, ye shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before your Elohim. I am Yahuwah your Elohim. What we see right here in verse 10 is that this is not one particular day or one particular feast that we see in verse 10. Verse 1 through 9 gives the different occasions where you can blow the trumpets. So does verse 10. These are all different occasions. Also, the day of your gladness, that's when you can blow the trumpet. And in your solemn days, notice that it's days, it's plural. These is more than one day. You can blow the trumpet. And in the beginnings, plural, of your months, plural. So you blow the trumpet also in those days. You shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings, plural, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, both plural. These are all times where we're allowed to blow the trumpet. This is not one particular occasion. And the reason I bring that up is that we're going to get to Psalm 81 and 3, and I'm going to show you that that is not the same thing as Numbers 10 and 10. So in verse 8, we see that we're supposed to blow these trumpets. It's an ordinance forever. He says, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. This is something that we're supposed to continually do, right? So we're supposed to blow the trumpets in these times, but we're supposed to celebrate all of these feast days where we're supposed to blow the trumpets. It's a thing that we're supposed to do. So verse 10 says, in your day of gladness. Now I want you to, I guess we'll just turn to it. Keep your finger right there in Numbers, turn to 1 Kings chapter 1, verse 39. This is an example of days of our gladness where we're supposed to blow the trumpet. 1 Kings chapter 1 and verse 39. And it reads, and Zadok the priest took an horn of oil out of the tabernacle and anointed Solomon. And they blew the trumpet, and all the people said, Elohim save King Solomon. So this is in the day of gladness, right? The next one is on your solemn days. Turn to Joel chapter 2, verse 15. Excuse me. 1 second.
15 out?
Yes, Cain. Joel chapter 2, verse 15. 1-5. Joel chapter 2 and verse 15. It says, blow the trumpet in Zion, sanctify a fast, called a solemn assembly. Gather the people, sanctify the congregation, assemble the elders, gather the children and those that suck the breasts. Let the bridegroom go forth of his chamber and the bride out of her closet. So this is a day of solemnity. This is a solemn day. This is a day that it was not necessarily a celebration, but it was a day of, of fasting and a solemn assembly. right? And then it says, in the beginning of your months. Now let's turn to Psalm 81 and 3. So the book of Psalm, chapter 81, verse 3. And it reads, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. Now, the difference between Numbers 10 and 10 and Psalm 81 and 3 is that Psalm 81 and 3 is talking about one day in specific. And the way you can tell this is by the context of the chapter. Verse 4 says, for this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. Now here in verse 5, it switches. Verse 3 is talking about one day in specific, but when we get to verse 5, this is where Eliasaph so eloquently done. He said that the verse 3 mentions a hog or a cog or a pilgrimage feast. That's what's being mentioned in verse 5. It's verse 3 makes a reference to it, but verse 5 gives the understanding as to what it is, what pilgrimage feast he's talking about, because this is when the children of Israel were leaving Egypt, literally on a pilgrimage. But in verse 3, it says, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. The way that you know this is talking about one day, because there's no plural, there's no S on day at the end of that verse. It's just day, on one singular day. Now, like Eliasaph did, and I don't need to redo it, when you go into the Hebrew, you get at the appointed time means full moon. What we need to understand is, and this is me, language and context, what we understand here is that what we're talking about at the appointed time is a noun. It says in the full moon, that word is a noun, that word is Kodesh, right? Just let me make sure I don't mess that up. Yes, that word is Kodesh blow up the trumpet in the new moon. The new moon, that word is Kodesh. In the time appointed is when it says at the full moon. Now we understand that right here, the full moon is a noun, it's an object. The root word that full moon comes from, that word Kodesh, I'm sorry, not Kodesh, it's a Kasa, sorry. The root word that word comes from is a verb, and it means to rebuild or to renew. We cannot place that word there because you cannot replace a noun with a verb and still have the same sentence. The example I like to give for this is the word duck. The noun is a waterfowl. It's a bird. It quacks. Everybody knows what a duck is. But the verb means to get down and get out of the way. If I tell you that me and my kids were playing in the water and we saw duck, I'm not telling you that we saw somebody get down and get out of the way. That makes no sense. Obviously, if we're playing in the water and we saw ducks or a duck, you know what I'm talking about, the waterfowl. The same thing goes here. Language is language. Syntax is syntax. We cannot replace that word with a verb and says that, I see here, it means to rebuild or to become new. That's not what it is. It means full moon. So what we read here is blow up the trumpet in the new moon. And that's that word Kadesh that Eliasaph brought out, that means new moon or new month. Coincidentally, that we know the new moon signifies the new month. That's why these words are interchangeable. That's why these phrases are interchangeable, new moon or new month. It's the new moon signifies the first day of the new month. So that's what also how Sirach 43 and 8 comes into play, that the month is called by her name because new moon equals new month. They are the same. So we can go from here. What do I have you holding? Holding numbers to understand. Hold this one as well and go to 1 Samuel chapter 20 and verses 24 through 27. Excuse me. 1 Samuel chapter 20, verses 24 through 27. And it reads, so David hid himself in the field, and when the new moon was come, right? This is what we're talking about, the new moon or the new month, because that's a feast day for us. When the new moon was come, the king sat him down to eat meat. And the king sat upon his seat as at other times, even upon his seat by the wall. And Jonathan arose, and Abner sat by Saul's side, and David's place was empty. Nevertheless, Saul spake not anything that day, for he thought something had befallen him. He is not clean, surely he is not clean. And it came to pass on the morrow, which is the day after the actual new moon, which was the second day of the month. That word right there, month, is the same word as new moon. It's that same word again. The second day of the new month or the second day of the new moon, they mean the same thing. If I tell you it happened many moons ago, you know, I'm not saying it's just a colloquial saying. If it's many moons ago, it's a long time ago. Once in a blue moon, it does not happen that often. So when you replace the word new moon and new month, it has the same connotation. So he says that David's place was empty, and Saul said unto Jonathan his son, wherefore cometh not the son of Jesse to meet, neither yesterday nor today? So that's how you know that the new moon and the new month are interchangeable, and you understand it. So what we have in Psalm 81:3 is talking about one day in specifically, and that day it's talking about is the new moon feast. It's not talking about like Numbers 10 and 10 was, where it's talking about many days. It's only talking about that one day. Yes. Now let's go to Ecclesiasticus. You can drop Psalm, I believe. Nope, no, you can't. Hold Psalm and Numbers, and let's go to Sirach or Ecclesiasticus, chapter 43 and verse 1. We're going to start at verse 1. So this goes into Eliasaph making the statement that we are definitely, it's not that the son does not get any love, because Sirach is about to give the son all kinds of love right here. Sirach chapter 43 and verse 1. The pride of the height, the clear firmament, the beauty of heaven with his glorious show, the sun when it appeareth, declaring at his rising a marvelous instrument, the work of the Most High. At noon it parcheth the country, and who can abide the burning heat thereof? A man blowing a furnace is in works of heat, but the sun burneth the mountains 3 times more. Breathing out fiery vapors and sending forth bright beams, it dimmeth the eyes. Great is the Lord, or great is Yahuwah that made it, and at his commandment it runneth hastily. So verses 1 through 5 is giving all praise and glory to the Most High for creating the sun and its glory, showing what it can do, his splendor, right? Now verses 6 through 9 do something different. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. Right? So the Most High made the moon to serve in her season, right? Just like the sun serves in its season, which is all the time, the moon serves in its season all the time for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. So just like in Genesis 1, that the Most High said, let them be for times and for years and for days and for seasons, it's continued here in Sirach 43. Now verse 7, from the moon is the sign of feasts. This is something we cannot get around. We cannot get around the fact that the moon is the sign of feasts, right? Like Eliyahu said, that the Sabbath day is a feast, and we cannot get around that either. But it's not the moon that determines the Sabbath day. But the moon is definitely the sign of feasts. We do not count suns to find when Pesach or Pentecost or Tabernacles is coming. We count from the moon. Once we see the new moon, we then make our count of days. Then we use the sun to count the days afterwards. And it's something that Eliasaph also said, that the moon and the sun operate as the big and little hand on a clock. And I would even go further than that to say that the stars would be the second hand. So the sun, the moon, and the stars all work in concert so that we know what day it is, what time it is, what season it is, what season we're in, and the feast days that are coming. That's how the Most High set it up. That's a clock that we need. That's why he set them there. So back to verse 8. Verse 7. From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. All right. So the first thing we see is that it's a light. The moon has to be a light. We saw that in Genesis 1. It's repeated here again. It has to be a light that decreaseth in her perfection. You can't decrease from nothing. So this is something that to me, in my understanding, this rules out the dark moon as something we should follow. Now, the first slice or the last slice or anywhere in between, it has to be a light of some sort that can decrease. But it says decrease in her perfection. That's at its complete point. So what Sirach is doing right here, when he makes mention of the sun, and then he goes into the moon, he starts off saying that the moon is a light that decreases in its perfection. Talking about from the beginning, from its full point, it begins to decrease. And we know that to be true because from the full moon, it can only decrease. It can't grow from the full moon. It can't get fuller than full. So the full moon decreases from its perfection, meaning that each day or as time progresses through the phase, it loses a little bit of light. And then it says that decreases in her perfection. Verse 8, the month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing. So this is something as the next step of the moon, once it begins, after it decreases down to a dark moon, it then begins to increase again. And we know that to be true. We've all seen the moon. But it says the month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven. Shining, it has to be bright. So we're not talking about anything less than a full moon because it's bright. What Sirach is doing right here is just describing the sun and describing the moon and describing just how great and how awesome they are, right? Let's go into verse 9. The beauty of heaven, the glory of the stars. Now, this is something that we may have missed, but that word, it says the glory of the stars. How is the moon the glory of the stars? Let's see. Let's go to let's go to 1 Corinthians. We can hold this 1 Corinthians chapter 11. I know I got y'all holding a lot of stuff. 1 Corinthians chapter 11, and I believe it's verse 7. Yeah, I remember what I did there. 1 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse, 7. And it reads, for a man indeed ought not to cover his head, for as much as he is the image and glory of Elohim, but the woman is the glory of the man. Now that word glory there is kabod. Matter of fact, let me just grab it for y'all. This I'm going to share my screen for. Let me put some markers in here. Give me half a second. Bless you.
Ooh, thank you.
All right, now I want you to see something. Let me share this real quick. Yes, let me share my screen. Almost forgot to do it. Okay, so you guys can see this, right? So this word glory, I'm in that particular verse, 1 Corinthians 11:7, and it reads, and glory. It's this Greek word doxa or doxa. Sure, okay. So here it is, KJV translation count, Strong's in the following manner: glory, glorious, honor, praise, dignity, worship. Biblical usage: opinion, judgment, view. Opinion, estimate, whether good or bad concerning someone. In the New Testament, always a good opinion concerning one, resulting in praise, honor, and glory. Look at the third definition: splendor, brightness of the moon, sun, stars, magnificence, excellence, preeminence, dignity, grace, majesty. Even though this is not in Ecclesiastes, because we don't, at least as far as I know, we don't have a blue letter Bible or someone breaking down the Apocrypha the way that we have here in the New Testament. But I would argue that it's the same word and the same usage that we see in Sirach 43, when it says that the moon is the glory of the stars, meaning it's the splendor and brightness, which means that this is something that is brighter than the stars, which we saw in Genesis 1:14. The sun, the moon, and the stars, they work together, but the sun being the greatest of the three is brighter than all three. And we can literally look up and see that. The moon being the second, being the lesser light, it's brighter than the stars. This is what we see right here in 1 Corinthians 11. It's that same word, glory. And here it's doxa. I think I said it was kabod. That was for another verse. My bad. So if we go back to Sirach 43, good news, you can drop 1 Corinthians 11. If we go back to Sirach chapter 43, when we get into verse 9, it says, the beauty of heaven, the glory of the stars, an ornament giving light in the highest places of Yahuwah. So it has to be giving a lot of light. It has to be the brightest it can be if it's shining to the highest places of Yahuwah. Verse 10, at the commandment of the Holy One, they will stand in their order and never faint in their watches. So the way he set it up from the beginning, they still do that. They still complete their works. They don't waver. This is what they do. The sun moves in its path, the moon also in its path, and the stars in their path. They never cease until the Most High steps in and stops them from doing that. So if we drop Sirach 43 and go back to Numbers 10 and 10, I'm sorry, back to Psalm 81 and 3. Where did it go? Psalm 81 and 3. It says, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. Right? We have this one day on the new moon. So it cannot be any other way than to be a full moon, because the scripture, even in 81 and 3, says, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the full moon, on our solemn feast day. The solemn feast day being made mention of there is the new moon feast. Let me see if I forgot anything. Did that. I think I might be done. Oh, yes. So here, there was another one in the term of Psalm 81 and 3, and the word month being different, that you can't just use month and moon interchangeable. So let's turn to the book of Zechariah, chapter 1, verse 1. The book of Zechariah, chapter 1, verse 1. 1 second, let me get there. Zechariah, chapter 1, and verse 1. And it's not to be confusing, it's just a different way of saying it. Zechariah, oh, that's Zephaniah. Jeez, what a bang. Huge mistake. Zechariah 1, verse 1. In the 8th month, in the 2nd year of Darius, came the word of Yahuwah unto Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, the son of Edo, the prophet, saying. So right here in the beginning, it says, in the 8th month. And a lot of Israel, or there are certain parts of Israel that will say, here, you can't say in the 8th new moon. That makes no sense. But it absolutely does. The 8th new moon would be the 8th month. You don't have to, like, it's just semantics. It's just a way of saying it in different ways. That's why I gave the example of once in a new moon, or it's been many moons ago, right? It's just a colloquial way of saying it. That's why you see also when Paul says, shall we continue in sin so that grace may abound? He says, God forbid. That's a colloquial way of saying, like the way we would say it now. It's like, hell no. It's the same thing. And this is how it's written right here in many scriptures, but Zechariah is one of them. When it says in the 8th month, right? You can substitute new moon there. It's the same statement. So if we go back to this is something else that Eliasap touched on. I don't want to dive on it too far. Wait a minute. Okay. So if we go back to Exodus chapter 12 and verse 2. Exodus chapter 12 and verse 2. Now this one gets really deep. And it reads, this month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Verse 3, speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, in the 10th day of this month, they shall take to them every man a lamb according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. Now, if we go into this verse and we exchange or interchange new moon for every time we see month, the sentence and the statement still works. This new moon shall be unto you the beginning of new moons. It shall be the first new moon of the year to you. And that's exactly what we see what this is, because the new moon here is different from the new moons that we've seen before, because this one marks the first one of the year. So it says, speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying in the 10th day of this new moon. It just means that in the 10th day following the new moon, which is the same as the 10th day of the month. So those words absolutely interchange with one another. If it didn't, like, it wouldn't work. You'd be all confused as to what it's talking about. I think I did that. And actually, I believe, yeah, I believe I'm done at that point. I'm done with my presentation. You see that it's the full moon according to the scriptures that we just given. Now I will stop sharing my screen and open up for any questions.
Yeah, okay. Well, hallelujah.
On.
I got no questions right now. I'm
Good job, brother. Great job.
All praises to the Most High.
On. I had a a question.
Okay.
If nobody else has any. So the Genesis 1:16.
Okay.
Let me see. I want to be able to pull it up in give me 1 second. So let me share my screen so we can, if you don't mind.
Oh, absolutely not.
Kind of look at it. Okay, can everybody see?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Con. So I think 16. And it says, and God made two great lights, the greater light the rule of the day, the lesser light the middle of the night, and both was so. Okay. What I want to do, and I think you kind of went in on it with greater, meaning Gadol.
Mhm.
I think in the statement that you have made, when we look at it, obviously the biblical usage, great, large, magnitude and extent, in number and intensity, loud in sound, older in age and in importance. And correct me if I'm wrong, you made a statement that it was in relation to brightness.
For intensity.
Okay, for intensity.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now just when I go to the biblical usage of the word, let me see. It is more so related to the elder of something, or just the age of it, right? Genesis 1:21, and God created great whales. Genesis 4:13, and and Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Do you have any other reference where this word Gadol was used in reference to the moon and the fullness of it?
No, I don't, not right offhand, but if you give me a few moments, I can possibly, I'm not gonna say definitely find it, but I can possibly. But even in the one that you just gave in Genesis 1:21, when it says that greatness of the whale, when he said the great whale, that doesn't mean that it was older than any other creature. That just means in size. That was talking about it was large in size, because we know whales are some of the largest animals on the planet. Matter of fact, the great whale or the blue whale is the largest on the planet. So you know, even in that, it's talking about that's a different use, as in size. Right.
I would agree with you, definitely from that regard, and especially considering the fact that when we read Genesis 1, and by the way, I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
Oh, no, you're good.
I'll give you finish your statement. When we read Genesis 1, we understand that this is solely from the Most High standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So at times we may see so at times when we see a half moon, obviously doesn't mean the other side of the moon fell off, right? Or when we see a dark moon, doesn't mean that it fell out of the sky, right? It's still there and in fact whole, right? It just depends on our viewpoint, but this is coming strictly from his. So I guess if you could, I don't know if you have a scripture or a source that I guess, would state in the verbatim that the moon was created in a full phase, and that Adam, the man he made, he took to a full moon and stated to him that this full moon is the new moon that I want you to observe. I don't know if you have anything that would kind of speak to that.
Definitely not. Anywhere where it says that the Most High showed Adam and said, "Hey, this is the full moon." Like you said earlier, you don't really see anywhere in Scripture where he said precisely what the phase is. You just
okay.
I got something going on behind me. I don't want y'all to be intimidated.
That sun again.
I don't want y'all to be intimidated by the brightness shining on me. But you won't see that explicitly, and you definitely won't see it say where he take Adam and shows him, "Hey, this is the full moon I want you to observe." That's actually why we're having this conversation, why it's been such a deep dive. Even when he shows Moses and Aaron in Exodus 12, where he says, "This will be the beginning of the months," it's just from the context you get, and it says new moon, new month. If you understand that the new moon, if you are of the understanding that the full moon is the new moon, then all right, here he showed him the full moon, or this particular moon phase of the moon marks the new month. You're not going to see that anywhere specifically where he says that. Now, what I can try and find is anywhere where Gadol is used as brightness. That I can try and search for, and you're gonna have to give time for that.
If I could, I want to ask one more question, I guess, or just add to your list if nobody has a question they would like to ask, because I don't want to hog the mic. But in Psalms 81:3, you made reference to kisei, meaning renew.
That's the root word of kasa. So kasa is the full moon. That's at the appointed time, right? The root word of kasa or kisei or whatever, it looks like kasa, but it means to renew or to rebuild, if I'm not mistaken. It's not the word kasa itself, it's the word that kasa comes from. Give me 1 second.
From 3680. And cover, conceal, hide, conceal.
You're still thinking of Kadash name.
Oh, I apologize. I misspoke. So yeah, the root word of Kodesh is Kodash. That's the word that means to rebuild or renew.
Okay, yeah, I'm related to the right.
Sorry, thank you. Cain, Toda.
Okay, okay, I'm with you for that regard. Okay, cool.
Cain.
That's the end of my questions.
Okay, Cain. Are there any other questions? Aliyahu.
Yeah, okay, so I got two questions, just two questions. My first question is Sirach 43:7. And I mean, this isn't really a big one. Eliasap, could you read, or Eliasap, or I'm sorry, I'll get it.
I still have it open.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
You want verse 7?
Just verse 7, that's fine.
From the moon is the sign of feasts, a light that decreaseth in her perfection.
Now, this is gonna be classic, classic Aliyahu, right? This is gonna be classic Aliyahu. And I'm just doing my advocate thing.
Mm-hmm.
It says from the moon is a sign of feast. It doesn't designate whose or what feast though.
Nope.
It just designates from the moon is a sign of feast. It doesn't say from the moon is the sign of his feast. It doesn't say from the moon is a sign of Yahuwah's feast. It just says from the moon is a sign of feast. It doesn't even say from the moon is a sign of the feast. With any specific, you know what I'm trying to say.
Specificity.
Right. It doesn't even have a definite article in front of it.
Okay.
So my slight point of contention would be this could be talking about any feast.
Absolutely could be.
Okay, so my question is, so what can you show that this refers to the feast of Yahuwah?
Okay. Who is Sarah? Who is Ecclesiastes?
Ben Seraya.
Who is he? Is he an Israelite?
Some people debate it, but I mean,
So for the sake of this, what we have here, this is somebody professing how to keep the feast days. And he's actually speaking about the glories and the wonders of what the Most High has created, especially in verse 43. Because when we continue on, he's actually talking about like the rainbow and how great it is, and that the Most High. And so he talks about a lot of the Most High's creation here. So not saying from that we can assume that he's an Israelite, but we can from throughout the entirety of Ecclesiasticus that this is an Israelite, somebody who keeps the law, statutes, and commandments, who has some level of understanding. The book that he's writing, the audience is obviously to other Israelites. I can do this in two ways. One way, I'm going to show you the same thing in the book of John, chapter 3. This is a conversation between Yahusha and Nicodemus. They're both well understood in the history of Israel, right? Go ahead, Elijah.
If I could, I'm gonna let you get right back to your thing. This is I don't know how many of y'all have a 1611. This is the prologue.
Right. I don't have it in the Apocrypha. It doesn't have it in there.
Okay, well, let me just bring this out because this is the prologue of the Wisdom of Solomon. A prologue made, let me see. This, read it as is, Jesus was the son of Sirach and grandchild of Jesus of the same name with him. This man therefore lived in the later times, and after the people had been led away captive and called home again, and almost after all the prophets, now his grandson Jesus, as he himself witnessed, was a man of great diligence and wisdom among the Hebrews. So that should kind of put to bed who in fact he is and what lineage he comes from, right?
Okay.
But also, if I jump down here to the prologue, to the second prologue, it says, I'm gonna start. Okay. My grandfather Jesus, when he had much given himself to the reading of the law and the prophets and other books of our fathers, that's another reference, and had given therein good judgment and drawn on also himself to write something pertaining to the learning of wisdom, to the intent that those which are desirous to learn and are addicted to these things might profit much more in living according to the law. Wherefore, let me entreat you to read it with favor and attention, and to pardon us wherein we may seem to come short in some words which we have labored to interpret. Right now, this is the famous part, probably everybody's seen. For some things other than Hebrew and translating to other languages have not the same force in them, and not only these things, but the law itself with the prophets and the rest of the books have no small difference when they are written in their own language. So that's, in my opinion, answers the question of who in fact Sirach is and his intention in writing the book.
Cain, Toda for that. And it is, I made a mistake. It is in there. I just didn't see it. Cain, absolutely. So we know that this man, this is in Hebrew, this is an Israelite who is striving after the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High. Toda for that, Aki. Now, with that, we know his audience is Israelites. We know his audience is, he's trying to encourage people to keep the laws. Let's go to John chapter 3 and verse 14, where we have this conversation between Yahusha and Nicodemus. Nicodemus, and we know from 3:1 that there was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews, right? This person, so he's well versed in their history, so he understands something. Now, verse 14, and as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have eternal life. Did Yahusha go into detail what he's trying to reference in verse 14? No, he doesn't.
You said 14 or 4?
In verse 14. Sorry.
Oh.
In verse 14.
I got it in the chat.
I'm sorry. Oh, you put it in it, Toda?
Yeah, just in case.
And he said, and as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have eternal life. The point is, he did not go into great detail with Nicodemus about what it is he's making reference to. He just gave him the cliff notes of it. Did Nick anywhere in the chapter 3 or after does Nicodemus come back and say, hey, look, what did you mean by as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness? Never does it. Why? Because Nicodemus understood exactly what Yahushua was talking about. Absolutely, it is a specific story, and I agree with you right there. But he does not go into detail and say, hey, look, just in case you don't know, Moses, he did not go to the story of Numbers 20. He didn't go to Numbers 21 and say, hey, look, after the Exodus, the children of Israel started to backbite. They started to get restless and rebellious. And the Most High caused poisonous serpents to come and bite the children of Israel. And many of them died because of their rebellion, because of their backbiting. So the Most High told Moses entreated the Most High for their sake. And the Most High had them create a serpent, put it on a brass pole, so that any one of them that look at it would be healed. He did not go through all of that because Nicodemus knew what he was talking about. Similarly, in Sirach 43, he doesn't have to say these are the feasts of the Most High because of the audience he's writing to. They know what he's talking about.
I got you. Let me say this. I understand your point.
Mm-hmm.
What I would say to that is the reason why Yahushua doesn't have to do that with Nicodemus is because Yahushua has actually already told you, because Nicodemus was a ruler of the Yehudim, which means he was a rabbi in the synagogue. So he was very familiar with the law, which kind of goes to your point about Sirach's audience. So I get that, but that's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm saying, I'm fine with saying Sirach is an Israelite. I'm fine with saying his audience is an Israelite. What I'm saying is he literally says from the moon is a sign of feast. If I'm talking to you all, I would say, the feast of Yahuwah, the feast of the Most High. I would designate whose feast I'm referring to, as Yahuwah himself did in Leviticus or by equal 23, when he says, even these are my feasts.
Okay.
So that's the point I'm trying to draw on, is that Sirach just simply says from the moon is a, and if you want to be literal, the Hebrew word there for feast is moed, or appointed time. So, and I'm not saying that the 7 feasts are not appointed times. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to designate that what specific feast or appointed times is he actually referring to, because he doesn't give he doesn't give a definite article. He doesn't give an indefinite. He just says from the moon is a sign of feast. It could be like for example, in the book of Maccabees, the Gentiles have feasts. And I'm not saying that Sirach is talking about that. I'm just thinking,
I understand.
Okay. So I'm just saying the Gentiles have their feasts. Gentiles have feasts. And so I'm just trying to harp on, and again, I'm not saying, I don't want nobody to misunderstand what I'm saying. I read the book of Sirach. I accept the book of Sirach. I just want to know, what can you show to prove he's talking about the feast of Leviticus 23?
I mean, at that point, there's like really, I would have to go through and look in the rest of Sirach to see if he makes mention of it. But we would have to assume from this point that if he's trying to teach people if he's encouraging people to follow the laws, statutes, and commandments, it has to be those laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, right? Because Sirach is not listed as, nowhere else do we see him as being unrighteous or as being, like we see in First Maccabees, Jason, that wicked or that wretched Israelite, right? So we know that he's not on that status. And if he's encouraging people to keep the laws, then these are the laws of the Most High. And to follow, if he's saying that the moon is the sign of feasts, then we're talking about the feasts of the Most High. They have to be. But I understand what you're saying, that there's no definitive article. There is no the feasts or the feast of the Most High. But we can't assume the opposite, because the word the or the Most High does not appear there. He's saying in all context of Sirach 43, he's talking about the Most High's creation. And the feasts, as you said, are the Most High's. They belong to him. So why would we jump out of context to talk about another type of feasts if everything that I'm talking about in this chapter is what the Most High created?
Got you. But and it's not that I don't agree with that. Here, I'm gonna try to clarify what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
in Exodus 12:2, it called the month Abib. Abib means when the barley is ripe enough for you to harvest. The sun does that, right? So that would be and I don't want nobody to get too technical. That would be like a feast of the sun. Or for example, if you farm or know anything about agriculture, you know that primarily all of your crops are produced by the sun, but there are a select few, like what's that family that eggplant come from?
Squash.
Who?
Are they
Is it a
gourds?
squash or some type of?
It's a word, belladonna, like the belladonna.
Okay.
Like the moon produces that and not the sun.
Okay.
What I'm trying to get at is he says from the moon and I'm gonna do it this way, is from the moon is the sign of appointed times. The moon has appointed time to produce certain crops, and the sun has predominantly the other 90% of the time for crops and harvest and agriculture and all that. So what I'm trying to get at is how do we know he's not talking about those appointed times versus the feast of Yahuwah? Like, how do we, like, for example, the sun doesn't have nothing to do with the tide. The moon does that.
Okay.
That's an appointed time of the moon, but it has nothing to do with the feast of Yahuwah in Leviticus 23.
Right.
Do you follow me?
Okay.
Okay. So so in English, the word feast is there. And I'm not harping on the word feast. If we was to input it's the Hebrew word moed and its definition, appointed time, appointed place. Okay, yeah, from an agricultural standpoint, if I'm a farmer, I know that there are certain crops at appointed seasons that the moon produces certain things. So what I'm trying to get to is how do we designate that he's specifically talking about the feast of Leviticus 23 or some other thing the moon does or another appointed time the moon produces things?
Okay. So again, that comes into context. So I'll ask this question. How do we know we've entered into the first month?
You want me to answer that?
Okay.
Well, you would know because the day before is the day of the vernal equinox. So in other words, you would have equal day and equal night and equal day, and the sun would literally rise at a 90-degree angle straight up in the sky.
So those are two different days. So the equinox is the day that the sun rises perpendicular 90 degrees from the horizon. That's the vernal equinox. The vernal equilux is the day and equal night. So those are two different days. They often occur. So the vernal equilux occurs about 3 days prior to the vernal equinox. So here,
I'm talking about equinox though. I'm talking about the day of equal night and equal day, not the other way around.
That's the equilux with an A. So here, so when we see some like in Exodus 12:2, not even there. So we know that the new moon is the beginning of the month. When you see the new moon, regardless of what phase you follow, that's the new month. That's why he says that the month is called after her name in Sirach 43. That's why we also says that the moon is the sign of feasts in Sirach 43. That feast, one of those feasts is the new moon feast, which we saw David and Saul, well, David wasn't celebrating, but Saul celebrating it in First Samuel 20. They were celebrating the new moon feast. So they are watching and observing for their new moon, whatever phase it is that they were following. They observed their new moon. That's day one of the month. If the new moon is the beginning of the month, there's no way that the new year would start on any other day other than the new month, because then you'd have the new year, and then some other time when your particular phase of the moon showed up, then you'd have the first month. They have to coincide together. The new moon and the new year would have to be the same exact time, because you can't begin a month, you can't begin your year on any day other than the first day of the month. So to not be confusing, let's say January. We're not following the calendar. Nobody is saying that we're talking about January 1st and New Year. We're not saying it. But just so everybody is clear, we understand. If January 1st is the first day of the new year, there is no way that we could start the new year on, let's say, December 29th, and then the first month would be January 1st would be 2 days later, or 3 days later. It doesn't work that way. So the new year starts on the new year, and the new month have to start on the same day.
Hey, say that one more. The last part, the new year.
The new year and the new month have to start on the same day. So that's all going into the new moon. So when we get into, like you said, the month Abib, that's the first month of the year. The first day of the month Abib would be the new year, as well as the first day of the month.
Correct.
Right? So when we say that Abib means in the ear, you can go into Exodus chapter 9, and I believe it's verse 12, when the plague of the hail came and it destroyed the barley and the crops at that time. It was the barley and the wheat, and I think the corn or something else, but all those things that were in the ear, that's what it destroyed. Later on in Exodus chapter 12 is when you see that the new year has come. So if the corn and if the barley and the wheat and those things were already in the ear, it was already in that season of Abib, because the barley and those things were in the ear.
Right, but that's correct. That's why he said this month.
That's why, and this is what I'm saying. This is why the new moon that we see in Exodus 12, that new moon there is the first day of the year as well as the first day of the month. We were in the season or in the time of things being in the Abib. It's not saying exactly like, hey, look, it's because of the sun that these things are in the ear. It's absolutely right, right? Most, like you said, 90% of the crops that grow because of sunlight. Photosynthesis works off of sunlight. We know that. So we're not attributing, it's not the fact that we're in Abib that it's because of the sun that these things are in the ear. No, that's not what anybody's talking about. That's not what anybody's arguing. It's the fact that we have gotten to this next new moon during that time. So we know that these things come into the ear after the vernal equinox. Those are symbols, those are signals that we have to know that we're in that spring season, that we're coming up, we're in that season, because things don't grow in the winter, like you said before. You didn't say that today, but that's something you've said before. You know, we're not looking for corn or barley in the wintertime, because that's just not it. We know that those things come in the spring season. So what we're waiting for is not the fact that we're looking for only that these things be in the ear. No, it just means at the time of Abib, these things happen, but it's the new moon that signifies that first day of the month. That's how we know we're entering into the next month.
Yeah, right. And I got you. I mean, I understand what you said. I don't necessarily want to do this, but okay. So you said the new moon and the new moon, the first day of the month has to be the first day of the year, right?
This particular moon, this particular new moon. So yes.
Talking about Exodus 12.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that, and it has to be observed, right?
I would believe so if they're looking for the new moon. Yes.
Okay. So can I, this is a part of my question.
Oh, your question. Okay.
No. I mean, to my question to you.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me get the verse. I'm trying to decide if I should, pose it as a question or if I should. I guess I'll do it now. Just because everybody's on. Okay. Only reason, huh?
1 second, Celise, it's annual. I hope I didn't come off as saying that the vernal equinox happened monthly. It doesn't happen once a year. The vernal equinox happened once a year.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Are you still?
Oh no, I'm done.
Okay. Only reason I would disagree with that in however many minutes or whatever people will see. Only reason I would disagree with that is because the very, 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 very first mention of the word or phrase new moon in the scripture, David didn't observe it. David actually said the new moon is tomorrow. And he said this the day before. There was no way possible for him to observe something and then say 2 days the new moon. And that's in 1 Samuel 20 and 5. The same chapter you was in your presentation, but you was down in like verse 20. So let me read this right quick. It's 1 Samuel chapter 20, and I'll do verse 4. And I'm going to just do 4 and 5. It says, then said Jonathan unto David, whatsoever thy soul desireth, I will even do it for thee. And David said unto Jonathan, behold, tomorrow is the new moon, and I should not fail to sit with the king at meat. But let me go that I may hide myself in the field unto the third day at even. And then that part is the part that you know, the hiding himself in the field was the part that you was dealing with in your presentation, which is great, which is awesome. But my point here is David didn't observe anything.
It doesn't have to be observed. You're absolutely right. So in my statement, so what? Okay.
Well, it's not so.
No. I mean, I have an answer for it, and I understand what you're saying. So my statement saying that they were observing the new moon at that point in Exodus 12. Mm-hmm. You can calculate it if I look up at the night sky and I see that the dark moon, I don't see any moon. Me and 5-6 other people outside looking, we don't see any moon. It's like, okay, this must be the day of the dark moon. Tomorrow would be the first slice. That's something, I'm not saying that it's impossible to observe. It's like, okay, if it's not today, then I know that tomorrow, because the moon follows a phase every single time, like we saw in 43, Sirach 43 and 10, they never cease their watching. I know that if I see this particular phase of the moon, that this phase coming up follows it. So when David looked up and he saw, I was like, okay, I see that this is not quite the new moon just yet. So let's say, for the sake of my argument, let's say that David is looking at it, he's looking for the full moon. He looks up and he sees that the moon is missing a slice, is missing a piece. Like, okay, it's not today, it's tomorrow. That's not impossible for him to know. So even in the book of Enoch, when he calculates and he goes into, I think it's chapters 47 or 77, the luminaries, when he talks about the slices, that each one has 1/15, the moon grows 1/15 grows or shrinks every day. They know that. That doesn't take me, you know, I don't have to sit down and have to see it like, oh, here it is, half moon, or if it's no moon, I know that between now and the next 16 days, it's going to be full. So that's something that they knew. I mean, that's something that anybody can observe, but you can also sit down and if you say, okay, today is the full moon, then I know that the next new moon should be about 29 to 30 days from now. So they can calculate it in that regard.
Got you. And I understand that, but my whole point isn't necessarily that, well, my point is the actual opposite. Meaning, yes, I understand what you just said in terms of it not having to be observed. But my point of contention, and I'm using that word lightly, so it's not no real contention. But my point of contention is, but at the same time, David could just be talking mathematically. It could just be saying, I know today's the 30th day of the month, so I know tomorrow's the first day of the month, of the new month. And it has absolutely nothing to do with the moon at all. I'm not at this point, I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just presenting that slice of the argument as to how he was able to say tomorrow is the new moon. Or
it's possible. I mean, that's possible. He could have just said, you know, he could be blind. Dawood could, and for all intents and purposes, we know that David could see. David could have been blind, and then he knows from history, or he's known that he's been taught how to calculate, you know, the feast day, or how to calculate the calendar. Let's just say the calendar, and he's going by a phase of the moon in particular. He could know that, okay, it's not today. Today is only the 28th day of the month. I know that the moon has a 29.5 to 30-day phase, so it has to be coming up soon. And he could be doing that all from calculation. But in Sirach 43 and 8, he says that the moon is the sign of feasts. So if we get to day 30, and it's like, okay, it should be the new moon today, and he looks up and he sees it, that's the sign that it's absolutely, that's why it says that in Sirach 43 and 10, that they never cease in their watching. You can count on them like clockwork. It's concrete. Whenever you see this particular phase of the moon, you know that this is the new moon. You don't have to worry about calculations. This will prove your calculations to be true. So if you go through and you say, like, let's say we're trying to find the new year. It's like, okay, calculations say that it should be X amount of days away. What happens if it's not X amount of days away? You use the sun, you use the stars, you use the animals that we see in Wisdom of Solomon. He talks about the foxes, when he talks about the turtle doves and the storks. Mm-hmm. You use all of these things as signals to show you what time of season you're in. And once you start seeing these things as your seasons, you look for these things that are concrete, the sun, moon, and the stars, because they never cease in their watching. You can count on them. You can lean on them. Once you see them, like you said, the vernal equinox, 90 degrees. Once you see the star, because there's certain constellations that we can track, and you know that a lot better than I do. There's certain constellations that you can track. Yep, this one is in the particular gate where it's supposed to be. All right, I know this one. Now I'm waiting for the new moon. That's what starts the month, because at that point, at the first month, that starts the year. Those things are concrete. They never change. So you can do calculations, yes, to get you in a general ballpark. And sometimes your calculations might be 100% on point. But what happens in those years, like in the time of Joshua, when Joshua stopped the sun for a whole day? For those people who had calculated prior to that, their now calculation is going to be off a day. So what do they need? Like, I need to somehow adjust my calculations. I just need to find the sign, the thing that's concrete, the moon. That's how I know we're into the new month.
Got you. I mean, okay, no problem. I mean, it's not a big thing, but if they had got off track, they got back on track because he pushed the sun back another 10 degrees. So he pushed,
40 minutes.
He's 40 minutes. Yeah. So, right. But, okay. I did have one last question. It was about Exodus 12 too. And then I don't have no more questions.
One second before you ask your question. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Norman. I'm glad that you were able to join us. Please feel free to join us again. And yeah, if you could leave your email address, either you could put it directly to me or in the chat. We'll include you in the next time that we do build or whatever, when we ever have this discussion, because I know you and Elias have had some issues that you wanted to discuss, and I will make sure that he gets that information.
Is that to me?
No, not you. I believe that was your dad.
My dad.
He responded. Yeah, he's
okay. Okay, gotcha. I didn't see him respond, but I didn't know if it was to me or him.
All praises.
All righty.
Go ahead, Aliyahu.
Okay, so again, the only reason I wouldn't think that'd be the case, at least for here, is because of one point, and that's this. This is the first time the phrase new moon appears in scripture. This is the book of 1 Samuel. You have at least 12 to 15 books prior to this book. And this is the first time it's mentioned. Now, Moses is the lawgiver. He is the one who Yahuwah gives the law for the nation of Israel to go by. But yet, not even in the book of Genesis do you see the term new moon, not in Exodus. Now I am speaking of it from an English standpoint, but I'll get to that in my presentation. Okay. But this is the first time you see in English new moon in 1 Samuel. And so my question would be, if you don't see this phrase, if you don't see this anywhere prior to the book of Samuel, and David just hops on the scene and is like, tomorrow is the new moon, like, where would he be, for a lack of a better term, getting the concept of observing the moon to determine this if it doesn't exist prior to when he says it, per se?
Okay. So I can answer that. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to answer that, and I'm not being a jerk, with another question. When is the first time we see the Feast of Dedication in Scripture? It's the book of John, right?
Or Maccabees. I mean, if you consider Maccabees scripture. Maccabees is before John, so.
Right, so we don't see that until the book of Maccabees. We don't see that in the Old Testament. We don't see that in Tanakh. We don't see that in Torah at all.
Mm.
Is it a law that we follow? Matter of fact, did Hamashiach keep Feast of Dedication?
Yeah.
Yes. So this is something that even he kept, right? Because that came after the time of Maccabees. So it's something he kept, but we don't see that anywhere until the book of Maccabees. So just because we don't see new moon anywhere prior to 1 Samuel and David following, just because we don't see it doesn't mean that it wasn't instituted there. Now, I'm not saying that Feast of Dedication was instituted all the way back in the beginning. I'm not saying it at all. I'm just saying that we see that it's kept, but it's not mentioned until much later on.
Much later on.
So in 1 Samuel, we see new moon mentioned for the first time, but that doesn't mean that Moses wasn't keeping it, because he had to have seen something when the Most High said that this is the beginning of months for you. This month will be the beginning of the year for you. There was something that happened there. There was some sign that he had to show him. Our people are visual. There had to be something there. And I'm not going to go and say that it's the full moon. I'm not going to say it's dark moon. I'm not going to say whatever it was. There was something there that he showed, that Aaron and Moses had to see. And this is Exodus 12. This is something that they had to observe. This being the beginning of months, beginning of a year for you.
I'm sorry. If I could, I'd like to see if I can kind of add to this conversation. So obviously we know, Hebraically speaking, the word there is Chodesh, but you also have Yarak, which means really the two words are interchangeable. You actually see them being interchangeable in 1 Kings 6. Where
you at? Oh, okay, never mind.
Let me see.
1 Kings 6, I got you.
Yeah, 1 Kings 6. You'll see an interchange taking place between Chodesh and Yarak, right? These words are interchangeable. You know what I mean? And the first time you see Chodesh being used is actually in like Genesis 7, which is the obviously the word that we're reading in English as new moon, right? But the conversation based on what the Most High is having with Moses, let me get this. Let me preface it with Exodus 18. No, is it Exodus? No, Deuteronomy 18, excuse me. Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter. Is it 18? Shoot, I'm getting twisted up. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, hold on. I didn't get myself twisted up now. Salaki, y'all. Okay. Let me see. What is it? 14. That's what it is. 14.
What are you looking for? Maybe I can help.
After the doings of Egypt.
Oh, I
want to say Deuteronomy 14. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
No, you good? No sweat. Leviticus 18.
Leviticus 18. Okay. Salaki. So Leviticus 18. If you're there, bro, could you mind bringing it out for me?
Absolutely, no problem. Leviticus 18, chapter 3. It says, after the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances.
Neither shall you walk in their ordinances, right? In addition to that, if we could get Exodus, let me see. Yeah, Exodus 4:4. Oh, let me see. No. No, that ain't it yet. Give me 1 second. Where's it when he tell him to take his shoe off his foot? Oh, here it is. Exodus 3 and 5. Exodus 3 and 5.
3 and 5. You want me to read it?
Bring it out.
And he said, draw not nigh hither, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground.
So what does this make a reference to, right? And even in the language that the Most High would be speaking to Moses in when we read on in chapter 4, is he would be speaking to him in what's called not the Meta Neter, because Meta Neter is the written language of Egypt, but it's Commission, right? Or what we know is the ancient Egyptian language, right? This is what Moses spoke, and that's why he tells him that, I'm slow of speech. I don't, I'm not really keen on Hebrew like that. So that's why he tells him to bring Aaron with you, right? So the concept of a month was already understood because the Egyptians were doing it, throughout civilizations, you see that. I pulled that with that reference to Wikipedia. The Islamists are doing this, Chinese folk doing that. So the concept of a month is not new. But what was becoming new or established for the children of Israel is when you should start your month, right? When you should start observing this and when you should do it. You know what I mean? So when we now move to 1 Samuel, the concept of a month is already understood. You know what I'm saying? So we just because we're now kind of dealing and playing with the English and saying, okay, well, he's saying observe a new moon, but this is the first time we see it in Samuel. I mean, they understand what a month is. They understand how to record it. You know what I mean? We understand that honestly, in totality, we're not even dealing with the complete, complex Bible. We're dealing with enough that we need, right? But there are things that even the scriptures talk about the wars of the Most High that are found in the book of Numbers. The book of Numbers also talks about Jasher. There are different things that may kind of fill that type of stuff in. But he knew obviously what a month was, and because he's speaking in this kind of tone and tenure, which is like, obviously, you know what I mean? There's no inclination that he's asking Jonathan, hey, okay, so what's a month, bro? What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? That it's kind of already understood. You know what I'm saying? So I understand the point that the brothers is coming out, and I definitely appreciate the dialogue. But what I don't want to do is when we get to the point where we're kind of doting about with questions that really can't be answered, because we're kind of digging into things that, you know what I mean? Brothers just don't have an answer for what feasts are being spoken about in the book of Sirach. It's implied that it's dealing with the feast of the Most High, especially looking at the context of the entire book, right? He's going into chapter, 50, where it's telling you to praise, give honor to famous men. He's listing David, Solomon, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, like I said, the conversation is good. We want to do that, but let's try to avoid doting about with questions that really, to a certain point, can't be answered. We don't have that information to answer that. Okay. You know what I mean?
All right.
Or we're kind of playing in this gray area of, you know what I mean? Right, because now we're starting to get away from even being edifying now. It's just kind of just, you know what I mean? So, but y'all go ahead. I just want to add that in there.
Okay, gotcha. Oh.
Go ahead. Good. I'm good.
Got you. I mean, okay. I if I may, can I rephrase that question in a way that it can have a definite answer?
Okay.
Okay. Can you, like you say, Nehemiah, can you show me the verse where Moses commands the people to observe the new moon? Or well, let me rephrase that. It's a twofold question. Is that way? And can you give me one scripture, only one, where anybody in scripture ever observed the new moon?
You mean when they actually looked up in the sky and the scripture says, and they looked and saw the new moon? Something along those lines?
Related to that, right?
Well, even in 2 Samuel, 1 Samuel, it tells you that that's exactly what Saul was doing. right? That's why he was sitting at meat during the time of the new moon, and Daniel wasn't present. I mean, excuse me, Daniel. David wasn't present. Daoud wasn't present. And he didn't think much of it. Okay, he's clean. He's unclean, right? Which we understand that if he's unclean, then he needs to separate himself instead of eat. Excuse my daughter in the background.
You talking about 1 Samuel 20? I mean, okay.
Actually, let's bring it out because I don't want to kind of talk about because I'm good for butchering the scripture, bro.
Me too.
1 Samuel 20. Let's start at 24. Let's get the whole. I'm gonna read down to 29. Verse 24. So David hid himself in the field, and when the new moon was come, the king sat down to eat meat. And the king sat upon his seat, as at other times, even upon the seat by the wall, and Jonathan arose, and Abner sat by Saul's side, and David's place was empty. Nevertheless, Saul spake not anything that day, for he thought something has befallen him. He is unclean. Surely he is not clean. And it came to pass on the morrow, which was the 2nd day of the month, that David's place was empty. And Saul said to Jonathan his son, wherefore cometh not the son of Jesse to meet, neither yesterday or today? And Jonathan answered Saul, David earnestly asked leave of me to go to Bethlehem. And he said, let me go. He said, let me go, I pray thee, for our family has a sacrifice in the city. And my father, he has commanded me to be there. And now if I have found favor in thine eyes, let me get away, I pray thee, and see my brethren. Therefore he cometh not until the king's table. So we're saying there's even a sacrifice that David's family, well, obviously we know that this isn't particularly true. We know David's hiding out, but the excuse that he's making is that David's family is making a sacrifice to solemnize this day themselves, that he asked to be present there, which is why he's absent here. You see what I'm saying? So
no, I agree with that.
Okay, con. So I mean, like I said, this at least to me shows Saul observing new moon along with Abner and his own son, and then it says it at other times, right? Which now speaks to why it is that we may not see necessarily in English the word new moon being used, even though in Hebrew the word has been there from Genesis, right? But this implies in and of itself at other times that this is something that they had been doing, at least before we're reading it in 1 Samuel 20, where, as you said, the point of contention will be coming in at.
Got you. No, I'm sorry. I'm not cutting you off, am I?
No, please.
Okay. I got you. And understand, I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstood. I'm not saying that they didn't observe. Let me not use the word observe. I'm not saying that they didn't follow or worship on the new moon. What I'm trying, so what you brought out about Saul and the other times, I completely agree with and believe. What I'm trying to designate is, for example, and then I'll get more into this. Let me say it this way. I'm not saying they didn't observe the first day of the month. What I'm trying to say is, where's the example in scripture where they determine that by any phase of the moon? Maybe that should make it clear.
Okay, and I'm with you. And in truth, I mean, honestly, that's the reason why we having this presentation, because that evidence is so lacking. You understand what I'm saying? So honestly, right, which is why I went into historical scholastic sources. You're not going to get that out of here.
Out of where?
Say it again.
You're not going to get that out of where?
You're not going to get the moon phase that they observed, or how they necessarily reckoned it out of the Bible. The Bible it doesn't go into detail in that regard. You know what I'm saying? Which is why y'all know I'm quick to jump into Philo, Josephus. I'm quick to kind of jump into these other sources because I want to get that historical account of what it is that they were doing, especially in regard to 2,000 years, at least up to 2,000 years ago. You know what I mean? So I agree. And I mean, like you said, that you're just reiterating why we are gathered here today, try to figure this, hash through this thing. You know what I mean?
Okay, and so that's exactly why we're here. We're trying to go through the context of the scriptures to see what it is, where it is, because nowhere in the scripture does it say, hey, explicitly, other than Psalm 81:3, right? And that's my only hinge point as far as that goes. To me, Psalm 81:3 is saying, blow the trumpet in the new moon at the full moon. That's my hinge point and my understanding. That's not saying that that's everybody's. But we're trying to find connections to show that the full moon or that the new moon is any phase of the moon in particular.
No, I got you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, if no one else has any other questions, Aliyahu, it is on you to present. And Elias, if you don't mind, would you continue to put it in the chat? Or if you don't, I will.
No sweat. I got it.
Okay.
All right, hallelujah. Again, excellent presentation, excellent information, excellent dissertation. Sound like Jesse Jackson over here. All praise the Most High. All right, so and again, really quick, I was trying to get my question formulated correctly for that exact reason. I mean, I know Nehemiah and Eliasaph and myself, I know we know that's what kind of got, but you know, everybody else needs to kind of see the whole picture, the whole gamut of you know, the purpose behind this. Okay. So unlike Eliasaph and Nehemiah, my personal understanding at the moment and view is that we do not use the moon or the phase of the moon. I want to be as on target as possible. We don't use the phase of the moon to determine the annual feast days, you know, Passover, unleavened bread, things of that nature. My belief, my understanding is that we use the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the earth in that order. So to kind of simplify that, in the chat, Daoud made a comment. He said Egypt didn't use lunar solar. Just so everybody knows the terminology, lunar solar means the moon first, then the sun. That's a lunar solar. And that's the moon first, then the sun to follow the moon, if you will. Solar, lunar is the exact opposite. It's the sun first, then the moon, and then, you know, then the stars. Nehemiah, if you could do me a favor, and if you could pull up any calendar and share it on the screen, please. I mean, you could even do, you know, the November or, you know, any month that, oh man, I'm trying to see.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. You know, you got the ability to present.
Yeah, I gave you the ability to open anything you want. You can share.
Yeah, I know. I'm using my Ishaw's Apple, my Mac.
I'll come down there.
Okay.
Thank you. This brother.
I'm not Apple. Hey, look, I'm not Apple. I'm not an Apple person. Last time we dealt with apples, you know, we was kicked out the garden. So let me start.
Really? Really?
Oh, wow.
Was you about to say something, Name?
I'm about to say, if you want me to, I can pull it up. I can pull up a calendar for you.
Oh, she's coming. She's coming.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm downstairs. She was upstairs. So
You can walk down the steps now.
yeah, she's here. Everybody give her a round of hand.
Oh, praise.
All right.
She like Tobit's wife. You're trying to take care of this blind brother.
Right. No, they can't see the color on that one for some reason. I don't know why. Mm-hmm. Do you?
Where you send it from?
My work. Yep. Yeah. There it is.
Is this the one that you wanted this year?
Yeah, it'll do. It'll suffice, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. And actually, hit tab.
Oh, yeah, this is what which year do you?
Year 3. Just so it's on there.
Okay, there you go.
And then pull up, yeah. So, oh, well, yeah, I could have. You don't have to do it. I could do it. I could do this part. I just ain't, couldn't do it all.
Oh, you're not ready to share?
Not just yet.
Okay.
But I can, yeah, I know how to do that part.
Okay.
So that day. Okay. Everybody give her another round of applause. She got me good.
Oh, praise it.
Oh, praise the Most High.
We all need him. We need him.
Yeah, yes, indeed. All right. So, like I was saying, solar lunar is using the sun first, then the moon. Something that at the moment that we've only heard very briefly today is the stars. How do you use the stars to determine the year, the months, and things of that nature, the constellations or the Mazarot, as they're called in Hebrew, which is where they get, what's it called? Zodiac. In the world is Zodiac, and the Hebrew is Mazaroth. And so how do you use the stars in conjunction with the sun and the moon and then the earth together? You have these 4 signs. And so, yeah. But my personal view is that we use the sun first. And you guys you could have assumed that from some of my comments earlier. But so far today in Elias Sapp's presentation, you got a good, we got some scriptures from the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus. You got some historical documents, Philo. You didn't use Josephus. I thought you were, but you used Philo and Africanus and a few other historical documents. And Elias Sapp presented, on the crescent. And then Nehemia, obviously you came and you showed about the brilliance or the illuminance of the moon and how it has to be the lit or the full phase of the moon to be the light that it was created to be, to designate, whatever it's supposed to designate, correct? So me, I'm gonna use primarily just one book. Hopefully the majority of you are able to pull it up and read, but I'm just going to use the Book of Jubilees at the moment. And I was going to use Enoch. I may, One question that I didn't get to ask either one of the brothers that I would like to start with, and because it does make a significant difference. And I guess I ask you first, Nehemiah, how many days are there in a year? And whatever your answer is, can you provide a scripture or a writing that designates that, or where you get that number from?
Okay. As of my latest study, I currently am in the mindset is gonna freak some people out that there aren't any set number of days to the year. And I will give you to that. I'm sorry, wrong book. I will give you to that. Daniel chapter 2, verse 21.
You said Daniel 2:21.
Okay.
Daniel 2:21. Okay.
Daniel chapter 2 and verse 21. Is that the one I want?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that one works, but I want to do Acts 1 instead.
Acts. Oh, I know that one by heart, but go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. Acts chapter 1 and verse 7. And it reads, and he said unto them, it is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. If you want me to continue, I can. But ye shall receive power after that the Holy Ghost is come upon you. And ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem and in all Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost part of the earth.
Okay.
So for me right now, I'm leaning toward the understanding that there is no set days per year. It's all in the Most High's time. That's kind of what Daniel 2 and 21 was going into as well.
Okay. Eliasap, how about yourself?
I'm under the understand according to the scripture, there's 360 days in a year. That's pursuant to mainly Genesis, the 7th and 8th chapter.
I got you. I know exactly what you mean. Okay. No problem. All right. So where is actually no. I want to start off. I am going to primarily use Jubilees, but actually I'm going to start off with 2nd Ezra at the moment, just to kind of pull something out right quick. So 2nd Ezra's 14. And I'm gonna read it. Does everybody have the Apocrypha and or the ability to pull up Jubilees, just so I don't want people to just take, my reading.
If you want, when you're ready to read Jubilees, I can pull it up and share my screen.
Okay, no problem.
Just let me know if there's a specific version you want.
No, it's only one. I mean, the general one will come on. All right, 2nd Ezra 14. It says, and it came to pass, excuse me. And it came to pass upon the 3rd day, I sat under an oak, and behold, there came a voice out of a bush over against me and said, Ezra, Ezra. And I said, here am I, Yahuwah. And I stood upon my feet. Then said he unto me, in the thorn bush I did manifestly reveal myself unto Moses, and talked with him when my people served in Mitzrayim or Egypt. And I sent him and led my people out of Mitzrayim and brought him up to the mount of where I held him by me for a long season, and told him many wondrous things, and showed him the secrets of the times and the end, and commanded him, saying, these words shall you declare, and these shall you hide. For those, who may not be familiar with Second Ezra. What's going on right here is, or being referenced right here, is when Moses went up on Mount Sinai. And of course, you read about this in the book of Exodus, where he goes up on Mount Sinai. He's up there for 40 days, 40 nights. He receives the 10 Commandments, but as the Most High just told Ezra, he also told Moses some other things that some of those things he was to share, and some of those things he was to hide, and that he showed Moses the secrets of the times and of the end. From here, well, hold on. I'm stay in this chapter. I'm gonna jump down real quick to verse 21. Ezra says, well, 20, I'm sorry, verse 20. Behold, Yahuwah, I will go as you have commanded me, and reprove the people which are present. But they that shall be born afterward, who shall admonish them? Thus the world is set in darkness, and they that dwell therein are without light. Verse 21. For your Torah is burnt. Therefore no man knows the things that are done of you, or the work that shall begin. But if I have found grace before you, send your Ruach HaKodesh into me, and I shall write all that has been done in the world since the beginning, which were written in your Torah, that men may find your path, and that they which will live in the latter days may live. And he answered me, saying, Go your way, gather the people together, and say unto them that they seek you not for 40 days. But look, prepare you many box trees, and take with you Sariah, Debriah, Shelemayahu, Ethan, and Azael, these 5 which are ready to write swiftly. And come hither, and I shall light a candle of understanding in your heart, which shall not be put out till the things be performed, which you shall begin to write. And when you have done and when you have done or finished, some things shall you publish, and some things shall you show secretly to the wise. Tomorrow, this hour, shall you begin to write. And I think I will stop there for now. All right. Now I'm gonna go into let me get this real. Sorry. Genesis chapter 1. I might as well just get right into this. Hold on. I'm gonna share my screen, and you guys let me know when you can see it, okay?
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Gotcha.
Hallelujah. Let me just move something out my way.
Did you want me to describe that verse, Genesis 1?
Yeah. 1 second. I'm trying to move something.
Okay.
Real quick. It's kind of blocking my view. Okay, never mind. Yeah. I actually only want you to hold on here. Sorry. Okay, if you could read just 1 through 5, and then we will jump down to 14 through 19. Something that we have read already, but for all intents and purposes, I want you guys to see something.
Okay, the book of Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. Jumping over to verse 14.
Yes,
and
sir.
God said, you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, come on. Verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. Verse 19. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
All right. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Okay. You guys can see the screen, right? I want you to focus on where it says first day of the week, second day of the week, third day of the week, fourth day of the week, etc. Right? I can highlight it. Hold on. I think. Oh, y'all see that?
Con.
Okay.
First day of the week. All right, Nehemiah, you made a statement earlier. The statement was that the observance or sighting, if you will, of the new moon had to be the first day. Well, if it's for the first month, had to be the first day of the year, and it had to be the first day of the month. Now, when we read Genesis 1:1 or 1 through 5, when the Most High created on day one, this is obviously well, let me not say obviously. This is the first day of creation. It is the first day of the week, but neither the sun nor the moon exists. But this is clearly the first day of the week, the first day of creation. Now, the Most High, he goes on to day 2. He creates on day 2. Then he creates on day 3. Now, still day 2, day 3, there's still no sun, there's still no moon, but you're at the third day of the week. Day 4 begins and he creates the sun first. Then he creates the moon. Or we can even say he created the sun and the moon at the same time. He did this on the 4th day of the week. Okay. By default, that would have to, if the sighting of the new moon is the first day of the month, then by default for creation week, that would make the 4th day of the week the first day of the month. There's absolutely no numerical way around that. If that's how we're supposed to determine a month. Does everybody follow me?
Are you asking me something? Are you asking me to?
No, I'm just making sure everybody follows what I said, not just you particularly.
Oh yeah, I have no disagreement with that.
Okay. So this is the Most High himself. This is Yah himself. Now, on the first day of creation, there's no moon to determine that to be the first day of the month. So you have one option. Either the first day of creation, which is the first day of the week, is not the first day of the new month, and that the 4th day of the week of creation week has to be the first day of the month. If that is the case, then at that point, what we now would have to prove is, well, what phase was the moon in on the 4th day of the week when it was first created on that day? This would be its inauguration. It's just being put in the sky. By default, for example, and this is not a shot at Eliasap, so nobody take this that way. if you are a person who believes that the new moon is the first light or crescent, then you know that the first phase of that moon is a dark moon. So by default, you would have to say the moon was put in the sky on the 4th day of creation and it was totally dark. That by default would make the dark moon the new moon. Now, I'm not necessarily saying I believe that. I'm just speaking on this particular train of thought. Nehemiah, I will address this towards you because you gave a numerical number, and I think Eliasap did too. But I think you said, or it might have been Eliasap. I might have that mixed up. But somebody mentioned that the full moon is on the 15th day. No, that would have had to been Eliasap, right? Right. Okay. Because Nehemiah, you believe the full moon is the first day of the month, right?
Cana.
Okay, gotcha. So I'll get into this later, but when the moon is totally dark, it's because the sun hasn't poured any light into it in that phase. So the first phase of the moon can't be when it's totally full, because when the Most High initially created them, it was in a stage of the sun was the greater light and the moon was the lesser light. And as Nehemiah so eloquently brought out, when the moon is totally dark, it bears no light. So it bears no light. So then from the 4th day of creation, now let me see. As you guys, if you can, I'm right here. Hold on. Let me get this. I'm trying to work this. All right, right here. You see where it says day of the month. Now I literally have right here the first day of the month. You guys may remember earlier I was talking, well, I think Nehemiah asked the question, and that question was, how do we determine the first day of the month? And I mentioned something about the vernal equinox, right? And I'm gonna come back to this later, but so as you see here, I'm sorry, first day of the week, second day of the week, and I'm gonna do it this way. First day of the week, no sun, no moon. Second day of the week, no sun, no moon. Third day of the week, no sun, no moon. Fourth day of the week, now you have the sun and the moon. Then you had the 5th day, the 6th day, and then ultimately the 7th day, or what we call the Shabbat, right? And I can't, hold on. I need to get this out. There we go. All right. And then we have the Shabbat. I'm gonna come to this later, but as you see here in black, Eliasap brought this out earlier, that the sun and the moon work like a long and a short hand on a watch, and that's absolutely correct. As you see here in the black, I have this as the first day of the month, so forth and so forth. But then in the red, this is actually the counting of the lunar month. When we was looking at the Hebrew word Kodesh earlier, one of the, actually the last definition of of Kodesh was lunar month. One thing that we didn't hear about today was, if there is a such thing as a lunar month, then there has to be a solar month, because as Nehemiah brought out, that Moses writes, he put the sun and the moon in the sky and said, let them be for lights, days, seasons, etc. So if there's a such thing as a lunar month, by default, there has to be a solar month. Excuse me. And so now, hold on. How do I, oh, here we go. I just wanted to show that for a minute. Now I'm gonna go to the book of Jubilees and get some reading here. See. All right. Just to give a little background, Moses, there's a particular malach or angel. He is referred to as the angel of the presence, or a malach that stands before the presence of Yahuwah. That particular angel and Moses are the authors or the writers of the book of Jubilees. what happens is when Moses is up on Mount Sinai and he's speaking with the Most High speaks to the angel of the presence. And he tells the angel of the presence to give Moses the complete history of the creation of the world and the division of times. One statement that you all heard me mention earlier today, I kept asking the phrase, where did Moses give the law to observe the new moon? Where did Moses instruct the children of Israel to do this? Because as we all know, we are to keep the law, statutes, and commandments that were revealed from Yahuwah to Moses and that Moses gave to the people. If we can't emphatically find a law from Moses to the people to observe the new moon, or even to observe the sun. If my point is, if we can't find the law or the address from Moses to do a thing, then we don't need to be doing it. Excuse me. From a historical standpoint, there are a lot of writings. You know, there's Philo, there's Josephus. There's a whole bunch of them that talk about what when, and as Dawood pointed out, when the Jews observed the new moon and when the Jews did this, there's a lot of historical documents of that. But the children of Israel historically worshipped or created and worshiped the golden calf. That's a fact. But just because we did it and we were punished for that, and it was not something that we were told to do, it was not something that Moses instructed us to do. And so the children of Israel were punished for that. But it still is a historical fact that can be that can be read about in history. We'll get to why I even mentioned that later. So for now, let's if you could, Nehemiah, if you could pull up man, Jubilees chapter 1. I'm gonna kind of do this real quick.
You want me to share it out?
If you could, please.
No sweat, no sweat.
Yeah.
What's up? Can you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I can see it, but I got the book in my hand. I just wanted everybody else who didn't have maybe the book, or you know, everybody could see it. Excuse me. All right, so I'm gonna start at verse 1. It says, and it came to be in the first year of the children of Yashraal coming out of Egypt in the 3rd month, on the 16th day of the month, that Elohim spoke to Moses, saying, come up to me on the mountain, and I shall give you 2 tablets of stone of the Torah and of the commandments, which I have written, that you may teach them. And Moses went up into the mountain of Elohim, and the esteem, or actually, this in Hebrew, this would be the Hebrew word kabod, and the kabod of Yahuwah dwelt on Mount Sinai, and a cloud overshadowed it 6 days. And he called to Moses on the 7th day out of the midst of the cloud, and the appearance of the esteem of Yahuwah was like a flaming fire on the top of the mountain. And Moses was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights, and Elohim taught him the earlier and the latter history of the division of all the days of the law and of the witness. And he said, incline your heart to every word which I shall speak to you on this mountain, and write them in a book in order that their generations may see how I have not forsaken them for all the evil which they have done in transgressing the covenant which I established between me and you for their generations this day on Mount Sinai. And so, it shall come to be when all these matters come upon them, that they shall recognize that I am more righteous than they in all their judgments and all their actions, and they shall recognize that I have been true with them. And you shall write for yourself all these words, which I declare to you this day, for I know their rebellion and their stiff neck, before I bring them into the land of which I swore to their fathers, to Abraham and to Isaac and to Jacob, saying, unto your seed I shall give a land flowing with milk and honey, and they shall eat and be satisfied, and they shall turn to strange Elohim and to mighty ones which cannot deliver them from any of their tribulation, and this witness shall be heard for a witness against them. Verse 9. For they shall forget all my commands, even all that I command them, and they shall walk after the Gentiles, and after their uncleanness, and after their shame, and shall serve their mighty ones. And these shall come to be an offense to them, and tribulation, and an affliction, and a snare. And many shall perish, and they shall be taken captive, and shall fall into the hands of the enemy, because they have forsaken my laws and my commands and the festivals of the covenant and my Sabbath and my holy place, Kodesh place, which I have Kodesh for my made holy for myself in their midst, and my temple Mishkan and my Mikdash, which I have Kodesh for myself, or set apart for myself in the midst of the land, that I should place my name upon it, and there it should dwell. And they shall make for themselves high places and asherim and carved images, and they shall worship each his own, so as to go astray, and they shall offer their children to demons, and to take all the works of the string of their hearts. Okay, I'm just kidding. And to all the works of the string of their hearts. And I shall send witnesses to them, that I may witness against them, but they shall not hear, and shall slay the witnesses also. And they shall persecute those who seek the law. And they shall overturn and change all, so as to work evil before my eyes. And I shall hide my face from them, and I shall deliver them into the hand of the Gentiles for captivity, and for a prey, and for a devouring, and I shall remove them from the midst of the land, and I shall scatter them among the Gentiles. Here we go, verse 14. And they shall forget all my Torah, and all my commands, and all my right rulings, and shall go astray as to new moons, and the Sabbath, or Sabbaths, and festivals, and jubilees, and laws. And after this, they shall turn to me from among the Gentiles with all their with all their heart, and with all their being, and with all their strength. And I shall gather them from among all the Gentiles, and they shall seek me, so that I shall be found by them when they seek me with all their heart and with all their being. All right. So all of this so far, I just stopped at verse 15. All of this so far is happening while Moses is up on Mount Sinai having this conversation, or at this point, just listening to the Most High, right? I'm going to skip down to the verse 20, verse 24. It says, and their being shall cling to me, and to all my commands, and they shall perform my commands, and I shall be their father, and they shall be my children. And they shall all be called children of the living Elohim, and every messenger, or every angel, and every spirit shall know, even they shall know that these are my children, and that I am their father in uprightness and righteousness, and that I love them. All right, here we go. And you shall write down for yourself all these words which I declare unto you on this mountain, the first and the last, which shall come to be in all the divisions of the days in the Torah or law, and in the witness, and in the Sabbaths and the jubilees forever, until I descend and dwell with them forever. Verse 27. And he said to the angel of the presence, write for Moses, from the beginning of creation till my mikdash has been built among them forever. And Yahuwah shall appear to the eyes of all, and all shall know that I am the Elohim of Yisrael, and the father of all the children of Yaakov, and sovereign on Mount Zion forever. And Zion and Jerusalem shall be set apart. And the angel of the presence who went before the camp of Yisrael. So remember, there was the Most High led them by a cloud by day, and a pillar of fire by night. And I think it was you, Nehemiah, who did that lesson that was a Malach, right? Or in the whirlwind and the fire and all that. Wasn't that you who did that lesson?
Cain, yes, it was.
Okay, hallelujah. So verse 29, and the messenger of the presence, or the angel of the presence, who went before the camp of Israel, took the tablets of the divisions of the years from the time of the creation of the law and of the witness of the Sabbaths, of the Jubilees, according to the individual years, according to all the number of the Jubilees, from the day of the creation, when the Shamayim and the earth shall be renewed, and all their creation according to the powers of the heavens, and according to all the creation of the earth, until the Mikdash of Yahuwah shall be made in Jerusalem or Jerusalem on Mount Zion, and all the lights be renewed for healing and for peace and for a blessing for all the chosen of Yashral. And so it shall be from that day and to all the days of the earth. All right. I just wanted to read that to lay the foundation that this is where the division of times, the Sabbath, the Jubilees, and all that, this is where Moses actually got what he's going to say. You can keep it up, Ak. I'm Siga. Did I do that? That's for chapter 1. Now we're going to really get into the moon, the sun, the moon, the calendar, and all that really quick. And this won't be long. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Okay. And the angel of the presence spoke to Moses according to the word of Yahuwah, saying, write the complete history of the creation, how in 6 days Yahuwah Elohim finished all his works and all that he created, and guarded the Sabbath on the 7th day, and made it set apart for all ages, and appointed it as a sign for all his works. For on the first day he created the Shamayim, which are above, and the earth, and the waters, and all the spirits which serve before him, the angels of the presence, and the angels of set apartness or holiness, and the angels of the spirit of the winds, and the angels of the spirit of the clouds, and of darkness, and of snow, and of hail, and of hoarfrost, and the angels of the voices, and of the thunder, and of lightning, and the messengers of the spirits of cold, and of heat, and of winter, and of spring, and of autumn or fall, and of summer, and of all the spirits of his creatures which are in the Shamayim and on the earth, the abysses and the darkness, evening and night, and the light, dawn and day, which he has prepared in the knowledge of his heart. Okay, so right here, a lot of times, I don't know if this is you guys' experience, but when you talk to a lot of Israelites, for whatever, well, I know the reason, but for whatever reason, most Israelites only believe that there are only 2 seasons. In most cases, they will say there's only summer and winter. I won't get into why that is now, but we'll see that in fact there are 4 seasons and why there actually are 4 seasons. In the knowledge of his heart, verse 3, and we talk, referring to the angels of the presence, looked upon his works and praised him and exalted before him because of all his works. For 7 great works he created on the first day. And on the second day, he created the expanse in the midst of the waters, and the waters were divided on that day. Half of them went up above, and half of them went down below the expanse in the midst over the face of the whole earth. And this was the only work created on the second day. And on the third day, he commanded the waters to pass from off the face of the whole earth into one place, and the dry land to appear. And the waters did so, as he commanded them, and they withdrew from off the face of the earth into one place outside of the expanse, and the dry land appeared. And on that day he created for them all the seas according to their separate gatherings, and all the rivers, and the gatherings of the waters in the mountains, and on all the earth, and the seed which is sown, and all sprouting matters, and fruit-bearing trees, and the trees of the forest, and the garden of Eden, in Eden, and all plants after their kind. These 4 great works Elohim created on the third day. Verse 8. Here we go. And on the fourth day, he created the sun and the moon and the stars, and placed them in the expanse of the Shamayim, or heaven, to give light upon all the earth, and to rule over the day and the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, and for the Sabbath, and for months, and for festivals, and for years, and for the Sabbath of years, and for jubilees, and for all seasons of the years. And it divides the light from the darkness for good, that all matters may thrive, sprout, and grow on the earth. These 3 kinds he made on the fourth day. Okay, I'll stop there in in chapter 2. Just so we can keep it moving. Jump to Genesis chapter, I'm sorry, not Genesis, I'm sorry, Jubilees chapter, chapter 5, really quick. Jubilees chapter 5, and I'm gonna start at verse 20. Well, actually 17. I'm gonna start at verse 17. It's chapter 5, 17. Total. And of the children of Israel, it has been written and ordained, if they turn to him in righteousness, he shall forgive all their transgressions and pardon all their sins. It is written and ordained that he shall show kindness to all who turn from all their guilt once each year. And as for all those who corrupted their ways and their thoughts before the flood, no man's face was accepted except that of Noah alone. For his face was accepted in behalf of his sons, whom Elohim saved from the waters of the flood on his account. For his heart was righteous in all his ways, accordingly as it was commanded regarding him. And he had not departed from any matter that was ordained of him. And Yahuwah said that he would destroy all, and trust me, this has something to do with the calendar. Just bear with me for a second. And Yahuwah said that he would destroy all which was upon the earth, both men and cattle and beasts and birds of the air, and that which moves on the earth. And he commanded Noah to make himself an ark, that he might save himself from the waters of the flood. And Noah made the ark in all respects as he commanded him. In the 26th Jubilee of years, in the 5th week, in the 5th year, on the new moon of the first month. Now keep in mind, well, never mind. Well, never mind. Let's keep, on the new moon of the first month, verse 23. And he entered in the 6th year, in the 2nd month, on the new moon of the 2nd month, till the 16th. And he entered in all that we brought to him into the ark, and Yahuwah closed it from without on the 17th evening. That's the 17th day of the 2nd month. Verse 24. And Yahuwah opened 7 windows of the Shamayim and the mouths of the fountains of the great deep, 7 mouths in number. And the windows began to pour down water from the Shamayim 40 days and 40 nights. And the fountains of the deep also sent up waters until the whole earth was filled with water. And the waters increased upon the earth 15 cubits. The waters rose above all the high mountains, and the ark was lifted up above the earth, and it moved upon the face of the waters. And the waters were mighty on the face of the earth 5 months, 150 days. Now, real quick, he says 5 months was 150 days, right? Now, that's 150 days. Another 5 months will give you a total for 10 months. That's 300 days, right? You have 10 months equals 300 days. So if that's 10 months, you know you have 2 months left because a year has 12 months. 2 months is 60 days. So right here, you have 360 days that are going to constitute a year, and we're going to see that in the very next chapter. Even as where we are right now is equivalent to Genesis chapter 7, but we're going to see that in the number of months and the number of days that a year has plays a huge role on whether or not we are to use the sun to determine months or the moon, because they do rotate each other, but their rotation, for lack of a better term, well, we'll just see. So verse 28. And the ark rested on the top of Lubar, one of the mountains in Ariad. And on the new moon in the 4th month, the fountains of the great deep were closed, and the windows of the Shamayim were restrained. And on the new moon of the 7th month, all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were opened, and the water began to descend into the deep below. And on the new moon of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains were visible. And on the new moon of the 1st month, the earth became visible. And the waters disappeared from above the earth in the 5th week in the 7th year, and on the 17th day in the second month, the earth was dry. And on the 27th, he opened the ark and sent out from it beasts and cattle and birds and every moving creature. Okay, real quick before we do chapter 6, because once I read 6, I'm done. Earlier, I asked the question, or I made a mention that the first time you see new moon in the Bible was in 1 Samuel chapter 20. And that's true from that perspective. But here in the book of Jubilees, which Moses writes before the children of Israel have entered into the promised land, and he's writing about a time period well before he was even born. He's writing, and well, you have the angel of the presence given to Moses the new moons that Noah kept or regarded. And so the actual answer to that question, if you believe and accept the book of Jubilees, but this is your only, well, this and the book of Enoch are your only two biblical sources, or even if you want to say extra biblical, that mention the new moon before 1 Samuel chapter 20. Every other source is like Philo, Josephus, and etc. But what we're going to see is, what did Noah and how did they actually determine the new moon, and what was actually a new moon to them? Because again, going back to the 5 months, the 5 months that equaled 150 days, that meant all 5 of those months had 30 days. And again, if you add another set of 5 months, which is another 50 days, that's all those 5 months have 30 days. So now you have 10 months that all 10 of those months have 30 days. And that's not possible for the moon. The moon can't have 10 months with 30 days. The moon can only have 6 months with 30 days. And then it has 6 months of 29 days. But we'll see that. Okay, chapter 6, verse 1. Here we go. And on the new moon of the 3rd month, he went out from the ark and built an altar on the mountain. And he made atonement for the earth, and took a young goat and made atonement with its blood for all the guilt of the earth. For all that had been on it had been destroyed, except those that were in the ark with Noah. And he placed the fat of it on the altar, and he took a bull and a goat and a male goat and salt and a turtle dove and the young pigeon, and placed a burnt offering on the altar, and poured an offering on it mixed with oil, and sprinkled wine, and spread frankincense over all, and caused a sweet fragrance to arise acceptable before Yahuwah. So if you don't realize what we just read, this is where we get in the law of Moses the ordinances of sacrifices. This is actually where it came from, and we'll see how it connects to the Noahide covenant, which is all connected to the calendar. Verse 4. And Yahuwah smelled the sweet fragrance, and he made a covenant with him that there should no longer be a flood to destroy the earth, that all the days of the earth, seed time and harvest, should never cease. Cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night should not change their order, nor cease forever. And you increase and multiply upon the earth, and become numerous upon it, and be a blessing upon it. The fear of you and the dread of you I shall inspire in all that is on earth and in the sea. And see, I have given to you all beasts and all flying creatures and all that moves on the earth, and the fish in the waters, and all matters for food, as the green plants. I have given you all matters to eat. But flesh with its life, with the blood, you shall not eat, for the life of all flesh is in the blood, lest your blood of your lives be required. At the hand of every man, at the hand of every beast, I shall require with the blood of man. Whoever sheds man blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim he made man. And you increase and multiply on the earth. And Noah and his sons swore that they would not eat any blood that was in any flesh, and he made a covenant before Yahuwah Elohim forever throughout all the generations of the earth in this month. Now, this is the 3rd month. Keep that in. We get that from 6 and 1, where it says, and on the new moon of the 3rd month. So when the Most High made this covenant with Noah, it was in that month. On this account, he spoke to you that you should make, now this is referring to Moses, that you should make a covenant with the children of Israel in this month upon the mountain with an oath, and that you should sprinkle blood upon them because of all the words of the covenant which Yahuwah made with them forever. And this witness is written concerning you, that you should observe it continually, so that you should not should not eat on any day any blood of beasts or birds or cattle during all the days of the earth. And the man who eats the blood of beasts or of cattle or of birds during all the days of the earth, he and his seed shall be rooted out of the land. And you shall command the children of Israel to eat no blood, so that their names and their seed may be before Yahuwah our Elohim continually. And for this law there is no limit of days, for it is forever. They shall observe it throughout their generation, so that they may continue atonement on your behalf with blood. Before the altar every day, and at the time of morning and evening, they shall seek forgiveness on your behalf continually before Yahuwah, that they may keep it and not be rooted out. And he gave to Noah and his sons a sign that there should not be a flood on the earth again. He placed his rainbow in the cloud for a sign of the everlasting covenant, that there should not be a flood again on the earth, to destroy it all the days of the earth. Here we go. For this reason, it is ordained and written on the tablets of heaven that they should celebrate the festival of Shavuot or Pentecost in this month once a year, to renew the covenant every year. And this whole festival was celebrated in the heavens from the day of creation till the days of Noah, 26 jubilees and 5 weeks of years. And Noah and his sons observed it for 7 jubilees and 1 week of years till the day of Noah's death. And from the day of Noah's death, his sons forsook it until the days of Abraham, and they ate blood. But Abraham observed it, talking about the Feast of Shavuot or Pentecost or the Feast of Weeks. And Yitzhak and Yaakov and his children observed it up to your days. And in your days, the children of Israel forgot it until you celebrated it anew on this mountain. And now here we go. And you shall command the children of Israel to observe this festival in all their generations for a command unto them. One day in the year, in this month, they shall celebrate the festival. For it is the festival of Shavuot and the feast of first fruits. This feast is twofold and of a double nature, according to what is written and engraved concerning it, celebrate it. For I have written in the book of the first law, in that which I have written for you, that you should celebrate it in its season, one day in the year. And I explained to you its slaughterings, that the children of Israel should remember and should celebrate it throughout their generations in this month, one day in every year. And on the new moon of the first month, and on the new moon of the 4th month, and on the new moon of the 7th month, and on the new moon of the 10th month are the days of remembrance and the days of the seasons in the 4 divisions of the year. These are written and ordained as a witness forever. And Noah ordained them for himself as festivals for the generations forever, so that they have become thereby a memorial unto him. And on the new moon of the 1st month, he was told to make the ark. And on that day, the earth became dry. And he opened the ark and saw the earth. And on the new moon of the 4th month, the mouths of the depths of the abysses beneath were closed. So let me pause right quick. So the new moon of the 1st month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month are your seasonal transitional days. The new moon of the 1st month is the first day of spring. The new moon of the 4th month is the first day of summer. The new moon of the 7th month is the first day of fall, and the new moon of the 10th month is the first day of winter. These are going to be your 4 intercalary days. These are, excuse me, the days, the seasons transitions from one to another. And on the new moon of the 4th month, the mouths of the depths of the abysses beneath were closed. And on the new moon of the 7th month, all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were open, and the waters began to descend into them. And on the new moon of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains were seen, and Noah was glad. And on account of this, he ordained them for himself as festivals for a memorial forever, and thus they are ordained. And they placed them on the tablets of heaven. Each had 13 weeks. Their memorial passed from one to another, from the first to the second, and from the second to the fourth, to the third, and from the third to the fourth. Listen to this. And all the days of the command shall be 52 weeks of days, and these shall make the entire year complete. Thus it is engraved and ordained on the tablets of heaven, and there is no neglecting this command for a single year or from year to year. And you shall command the children of Israel, and you shall command the children of Israel that they observe the years according to this reckoning, 364 days. And these shall constitute a complete year, and they shall not disturb its time from its days and from its festivals, for all shall fall out in them according to their witness. And they shall not leave out any day nor disturb any festival. But if they neglect and do not observe them according to his command, then they shall disturb all their seasons, and the years shall be dislodged, and the years shall be dislodged from this order, and they shall neglect their laws. And all the children of Israel shall forget and shall not find the path of the years, and shall forget the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths, and they shall go astray as to all the order of the years. For I know, and from this time on, I shall declare it to you, and it is not of my own devising, for the book is written before me. And on the tablets of heaven, the division of days is ordained, lest they forget the festivals of the covenant and walk according to the festivals of the Gentiles, after their straying and after their ignorance. For there shall be those who shall assuredly make observations of the moon, how it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon. All right, I'm gonna pause here. So the angel of the presence has already established to Moses that on the tablets in heaven, a year to the Most High is 364 days. He just tells Moses that there will be those who make observation of the moon, how it comes in from year to year, 10 days too soon. This means that the moon has 354 days, and the moon will have 354 days and constitute a year from year to year every 354 days, 10 days too soon before a year to Yahuwah is established. Excuse me. 10 days too soon. But I'm gonna keep going. For this reason, the year shall come upon them when they shall disturb the order and make an abominable day the day of witness, and an unclean day a feast day, and they shall confuse all the days, the set apart with the unclean, and the unclean day with the set apart. For they shall go astray as to the months, and Sabbaths, and festivals, and jubilees. For this reason, I command and witness to you, and this is still the Malach or angel talking to Moses. I command and witness to you that you may witness to them, the children of Israel, for after your death, your children shall confuse them, so that they shall not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason, they shall go astray as to the new moons and seasons and the Sabbaths and festivals, and they shall eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. Okay, so right there, I'm done with reading Jubilees chapter 6. You can take that off the screen. Now, I'm gonna take that off the screen, I'm sorry. And I'm gonna finish this up in 10 minutes. In Jubilees chapter 5 and Jubilees chapter 6, you clearly see Noah observing the new moon. All right. But let's do some math here. Noah can, or let me rephrase this, the new moon cannot be the sighting of the phase of the moon, because as the angel just told Moses, the moon will always bring in the year 10 days too soon, but more specifically, the moon will only and always have 354 days. Nahimi, can you pull up a calculator for me, please, on the screen? So the all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it. Actually, no. I'm sorry. Could you just pull up Google, please? I'm sorry. To share on the screen. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The Malach told Moses that it was written and engraved on the tablets in heaven that a year was to be 364 days, and that within 364 days would be 52 weeks. That means that that there are 52 weeks in a year. That means there are 52 Shabbats in a year. The moon, however, only has 354 days. 354 days only and always only equals 50 weeks. But Noah kept the new moons. And the new moons that he kept were in sync with a 364-day yearly cycle. So, which meant that the new moons that he kept fit within 52 weeks of a year. That is not possible numerically with the moon. Keeping in mind now, okay, again, I think it was Eliasap who mentioned this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Aki. As he stated, in the Bible, you cannot find anybody citing the new moon. I'm citing it. You can't find one scripture, or let me rephrase it, or you cannot find any person in the Bible observing a phase of the moon. Not in Genesis, through Revelations, you won't see this not one single time. You do see the phrase new moon, you do have the Hebrew word Kadesh, and you do have your rock, but you never see anybody citing the new moon. Even greater than that is you don't have a command from Moses to do this. I've asked many different people about this. And to this day, not one single person has ever given me a law in the commandments to do this. It's always, now, don't misconstrue what I'm saying. When we go to First Samuel, when we go to Psalms, and again, even Jubilees, it talks about the new moon. I'm not trying to say the new moon doesn't exist. The book of Psalms and Samuel, it talks about the new moon. Or from an English standpoint, it mentions the new moon. When you actually go into the Hebrew, though, if you want, the actual Hebrew word for the moon in the sky is Yarak. The Hebrew word for month, or even I'll use new moon just for all intents and purposes, is Kadesh. The Hebrew word for new is Kadeshah. And that's where they get new moon from. But Hebraically speaking, literally speaking, to say new moon in literal Hebrew, you would have to say Kadeshah Yarak, and that doesn't exist not one single time in the Hebrew, not one. It just doesn't exist. Kadeshah and then Yarak, or Yarak Kadeshah. You like when you talk about New Testament or New Covenant, that's Barit Hadeshah. Or Brit covenant, Hadeshah, new or renewed covenant. This is why the word Kodesh literally means renew, but it doesn't, but Hebraically, it really has no context to the actual moon. No, so why do we have it? As Dawood eloquently mentioned earlier, when you look into the Hebrew calendar, or as you'll always see the Jewish calendar, or they'll make reference to the Jewish people. And that's what the Jewish people have always done, especially after Babylon. Well, no, not that they were the ones in Babylonian captivity, but especially after we came out of Babylonian captivity, we was not doing it. As a matter of fact, this was a great comment that Dawood made. The Egyptians worshiped the moon. And I won't even go to where you can see that from, but this is one of the reasons the Most High pulled us out of there. But even Jericho, in English, we say Jericho. The actual word is Jericho. It's the literal same word for the moon. This is one of the reasons why we marched around Jericho and the walls came. I mean, yeah, we was going into the promised land, no doubt, but this is one of the reasons why it was being destroyed, because the people of Jericho worshiped the moon. Jericho literally means to see the moon or to observe the moon or something of that nature. Excuse me. However, I made a remark, and 350 days will only give you 50 weeks. 364 days will give you 52 weeks. Within 364 days, you get 12 months, consisting of 30 days, and then you have the new moon of the third month, the 6th month, the 9th month, and the 12th month all have 31 days. And those are your 4 intercalary days to give you your 364. Now, I'm not going to go into Enoch to kind of pour that out, but I'm just going to read one last couple of verses, and then I'm through. And these are going to come from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So the first, so the first Dead Sea Scroll that I'm going to read, unfortunately, in the Bible lets you know that Solomon wrote like 3,000 Psalms, 3,000 odes, songs, psalms, etc. We only have 150 Psalms of King David, but King David literally wrote more Psalms than that. So one of the Dead Sea Scrolls writings that I'm going to read is just like a short poem about the prophetic life of David in some of the other psalms that he wrote. It's a part of the Psalm of creation. And it reads this. It's an account of David's poems. It says, David, son of Jesse, was wise and brilliant like the light of the sun. He was a scribe, intelligent and perfect in all his ways before Elohim and men. Yahuwah gave him an intelligent and brilliant spirit, and he wrote 3,600 psalms and 364 songs to sing before the altar for the daily perpetual sacrifice for all the days of the year, and 52 songs for the Sabbath offerings, and 30 songs for the new moons, for feast days, and for the Day of Atonement. And in all, the songs which he uttered were 446, and 4 songs to make music on behalf of those stricken by evil spirits. In all, there were 4,050. In all, there were 4,050. All these he uttered through prophecy, which was given him from before the Most High. So now, these particular psalms in the Dead Sea Scrolls were written well after the Book of Jubilees, well after it. And even in just this one particular introductory to the Psalm of Creation about David, it talks about how David wrote 364 songs for the daily sacrifice and 52 songs for the Sabbath, which would coincide with the 52 weeks, which you cannot get with an observation of the phase of the moon as the beginning of the month. You can't get that. That's numerically impossible. Not aside from it being numerically impossible, as we have just stated, we just don't ever see it in the Bible, not once. Just period. And then the last thing that I will read in the Dead Sea Scrolls is a book that's called the Calendrical Documents. If I can get to it really quick, and then I'll be through, we can do questions. But here we go. In the Calendrical Documents, Enoch wrote his calendar down, and he passed on his calendar and his book to his sons and to his grandsons and so forth. The Book of Enoch ended up being preserved in the Qumran caves in the Judean desert in Jerusalem in Israel, or the Qumran caves. This is the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Book of Enoch and Jubilees were found together in the Qumran caves. And most people don't know this, but the books Tobit and the book Sirach was also found in the same caves as the Book of Enoch and Jubilees. That's where we actually get English translations of those those books from the Apocrypha. But the Essenes, the people who preserved some of the writing or found those writings there and left some of their own writings there, they found Enoch's calendar, and they found when David divided the priestly courses for each priest who would serve in the temple on the Sabbath, and he conjoined that to the calendar and gave dates for the new moon based upon when the priest would function in the temple and on what Sabbath it would be. So, for example, let me read one. Here we go. I will do this one. 1 second. All right, here we go. I'm gonna read one of this. So this one is the first day of the first month of the new year. It reads, to show it from the east and to cause it to shine in the middle of the heaven. This is Mishmerot A4Q320. to show it from the east, and to cause it to shine in the middle of the heaven, and in the foundation of the creation. From evening till morning, there is full moon. On the fourth day in the week, on the fourth day in the week of the sons of Gamul in the first month of the first year, there is full moon. On the fifth day in the week of Jedediah, corresponding to the 29th day of the lunar month, which falls on the 30th day of the first solar month. All right, now I'm gonna go to the new moon part, which is Mishmer OB 4Q321. It says this. And the new, now traditionally in Israel, the understanding is the new moon, whether it's the full moon or the first crescent, is the first day of the month, right? But this is what is written in the Dead Sea Scrolls by King David. And well, King David wrote 4 different books in the Dead Sea Scrolls that talk about this, but here's one of them. He says, and the new moon is on the first day of the week in the week of Jedediah, which is on the 12th day in it of the 7th month. On the second day of the week, in the week of Abiyah, that's the priest who functioned in the temple, which is on the 25th day in the 8th month. And the new moon is on the 3rd day of the week, in the week of Minjamin, that's the priest who functioned in the temple, which is on the 12th day in the 8th month. And the new moon is on the 4th day of the week, in the week of Shechaniah, which is on the 11th day of the 9th month. Let me get a different one. Here, I'll do this one. And the new moon is on the Sabbath in the week of Patiah, which is on the 9th day of the 11th month. And the last one I'll do, and the new moon, no, I won't do that one. I'll do, and the new moon is on the 2nd day in the week of Yahizekiel, which is on the 4th day of the week in the 5th month. So as you keep going through these calendrical documents, you'll see that David is writing that the new moons, he's telling you what day of the month the new moons fall on. And yeah, there are times that they fall on the first day of the month, but not every month. Sometimes it's the 12th day, sometimes it's the 11th day, other days it's the 9th day. So it wasn't, I mean, of the month. So from that standpoint, from a, I don't want to use the term historical, but the ancient, as Eliasat read the first 2 scriptures that he read about the ancient past, and us returning to the ancient, well, you know, our ancestors and people returning to the ancient past. David himself would write consistently, the new moon is on this date, the new moon is on this date. But it was never consistently the first day of the week. And with that, I'll stop there and take any questions, if there are any questions. Oh, hold on.
I have a question. If while we wait for other brothers and sisters to have some.
Sure.
And this actually brings us back to our conversation about Exodus 12, I think. So if I can share my screen really briefly.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Psalms 104 and 19 I'm looking at. All right. Can you see it?
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It says, he appointed the moon for seasons, the sun knoweth is going down.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now when we go in here, okay, he appointed Asar, moon.
You're right.
Strong's H 3394. Yareach
Yarea, right? So we know this is the moon. This is one of the few times you actually see the term for the moon period just by itself. No new moon, no this, that, it's just moon, right? But also we run into this word again, moed.
Strong's H 4150. Moed.
Right, which is obviously appointed days, appointed place. We go into the biblical uses, and it's going right back to Genesis 1:4. Now, this was the scripture I was looking for.
You
In
looking
reference
for
to
114?
Yeah, when we had pulled Genesis 1:14, I was looking for Psalms 104:19, right? Because that word being used again, moed. And then, you know, there can be a confusion in regards to, okay, so which one does this apply to? Right? But we see it being used again in reference to the moon. Now that's just straight moon.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So, and that's not to say that the sun doesn't have any importance, right? Because we see sun being used here, and I don't know what word this is.
Kumesh.
Okay. Right, now that's straight sun, Shemesh, right.
Strong's H 8121. Shemesh.
Shemesh, sun.
Shemesh.
We know that's just, you know what I mean? So we see these luminaries being used, and like I said, and you attested to, it's the long and shorthand. I think we all can agree upon that, the long and shorthand. So this was the scripture I was looking for. If you could, I'd appreciate if you can reconcile this for me in regards to, because pretty much what I'm picking up from the presentation is that the moon phase of the moon in general really ain't got too much of a difference. It doesn't make a difference in rendering your calendar or your feast days, or understanding seasons. And from what I'm seeing, which I would like for you to reconcile for me, this is saying something different. I got one more question for you when you I'll let you answer that.
Right. So let me just make sure I understand the last part of your question correctly. You said from the presentation, it seems like the phase of the moon has no dealing with what?
With the reckoning of calendars. And correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like you're more so going off a numerical count. You'll just count 30 days. And after 30 days, then you'll enter into a new month. Is that correct or no?
No, I got you. So that part is correct, but that part doesn't come from me. That comes from Noah and his 5 months of 150 days.
I understand the reference that you use, and I mean, obviously, we know that that's a point of contention. I use the word loosely for us, and you know, even with that being said, so I try to find a even footing for you and I, which would be, we both can agree on the Book of Psalms, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's in Genesis too, though.
Okay, you talking about Moses? I mean,
150 days.
Right, Enoch, right.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, I'm talking about Noah, but that's in the book of Genesis, right? Yeah.
I'm getting twisted up. Sorry, yeah, because I mean I referenced Noah in Genesis.
In Genesis 7. Right. So at the end of Genesis 7, at the end of Genesis 7, it does mention the 150 days.
Absolutely, I agree.
In Bereshit. So so that part would be true. That literally mean, like I was saying, those 5 months have to have so the 5 months began from the 17th day of the second month and went to the I wrote it down.
Yeah, the 17th day of the seventh month.
Right. So that's the second month through the 7th month. All those months have 30 days.
I agree. I'm with you, because this is how I'm getting 360. If there's 12 months, 30 days in these 12 months, you're gonna end up with 360 days. But I know you're dealing with an intercalary thing where you add, I think, 4 to the end of it, right?
Right. Well, let me deal with that real quick, and then Nehemiah, I'll take your question if that's okay.
I'm still asking questions, brother.
My question ties into what you're talking about right now, so I can wait.
Okay, no.
Okay, so Elias, where you at right now? The question that you just posed. So, don't forget it. The the second month through the seventh month, right? With the exception of Pesach and unleavened bread, all your feast days are within those 150 days, right? Or at least to the beginning of Tabernacles, right? Because that's the 15th day of the seventh month, right?
Okay, come on, I'm with you.
But all 5 of these months have 30 days. You can't. So like I was saying, if that's 5 months and that's 150, if you do another 5 months, now you have a total of 10 months. You have 300 days, right? You cannot do that with the moon. The moon can only give you 6 months of 30 days, because even outside of Jubilees and Enoch, if you just Google how many months in a lunar year, it'll tell you 354. That's just Google. It'll tell you that. Within 354 days, you can only get to 50 weeks. So that means a lunar year can only give you 6 months of 30 days and then 6 months of 29 days. And that's your 354. And with that, now keep in mind, the moon has nothing to do with changing spring into summer or summer into fall or fall into winter. The sun does. The world calls that daylight savings time, right? So how does the sun deal with changing spring to summer? Well, when it's spring, the moon, well, I won't even get into the book of Enoch, but you have different portals in the sky. In the fourth portal, when it's spring, the moon rises in that fourth portal, right? It rises in that fourth portal. Prior to that, the sun is in the first portal. This is why your nights are longer. But as you move toward the beginning of spring, now and this is how you can know the sun is in the fourth portal, because I don't want to get too, because I know you don't like this. But no, I'm not about to quote it, but the constellation, the sun will rise in Aries, and that's how you know spring has begun. You'll have 4 witnesses. You will have the sun rising in that 90-degree angle in the next day of spring. Is the first day of the first month of the new year. And if you know how to read the stars or the constellations, you'll know that the sun will rise in Aries. That is that fourth gate. The sun will do that for 30 days. And then after 30 days, it moves to the next portal, which is no longer Aries. That's another way you use the stars to know you're in the second month. But what I'm trying to say is, if the 5 months have 30 days, the 5 months all have 30 days for a total of 150 days. Again, like I said with David earlier, if it's the 29th day if it's the 30th day of the second month, I know the next day is the first day of the third month. I don't need to see the moon to know that. And the math tells you that. So even you read it earlier when you was reading, I think, Wikipedia, or it might have been no, it was Nehemiah, when he was talking about you can do calculations, and sometimes your calculations can be spot on. Again, let's remember something. We are dealing with the most intelligent being, the creator of the heavens and the earth, right? He look, when Moses died, right, it said that his eye was not dim. We know that that's not going to be the case for most of us, right? So the Most High know he ain't going to be relying on us to observe something when we don't have perfect sight. This is why you could use a direct calculation. But even if you don't like the word calculation, like I was mentioning earlier, and again, I stayed away from Enoch. Enoch wrote it down. The angel gave it to Enoch. Enoch wrote it down. When I say he wrote it down, the division of the days, the same division of days that the angel of the presence just spoke to Moses about. And this was, so when it was written down, it was calculated. But it wasn't like not Moses. It wasn't like Enoch was, oh, I think that's it. I think that's it. No, the angel gave it to him. And then Enoch took it and gave it to his sons. And then at some point, Abraham got a hold of it. I didn't read that. I could. It's in Jubilees. Abraham got a hold of it. And then the Most High himself is telling Moses is up on Mount Sinai. So when you ask me the question, it seemed like I'm just doing a 30-day count. Again, I am just doing a 30-day count because really, realistically speaking, you can do that because the angel told Moses that a year, a complete year, is 364 days only. With 4 seasons, you can divide that into 12 equal months, all with 30 days, with 4 months having 31 days, all 91 days, or 3 months. Each season is 3 months or 91 days, all 13 weeks apart for a total of 52 weeks. That's a whole year. If the fact that the angel told Moses that what I'm trying to get at is, why doesn't Moses is never told about looking at a phase of a moon ever, period. Whether in Jubilees, whether in Genesis, he's never told anything about look at the moon and this is the time, or use that to determine the month. Moses actually wrote the opposite. He said, and Elohim appointed the sun for months and for feasts and etc. and for years and etc.
That's in Book of Jubilees, right? That's what. Yeah, that's what we just read in Jubilees. Okay.
That's right. That's 2:9.
Okay.
But keep in mind, like I just was sharing with Elias, the 150 days equates to that. It fits with that. Because again, the moon cannot have all 12 months. And matter of fact, that's what I want. Cannot have all 12 months with 30 days. It's impossible. Mm-hmm. Only the sun can do that. But here's the thing. But remember, you read it. You did read this, Elias. The Jewish people, every whatever, however they determine, they have this 13th month. Mm-hmm. And that means for them, a month is 30 days. The moon by itself has 354 days. So whenever this 13th month comes around, that means their lunar cycle has 384 days. Just that one particular year. Mm-hmm. And the angel told Moses specifically that the children of Israel keep the year to 364 days only. And then the angel told Moses, and I know that when you die, they won't do this. They won't do this. And remember, the Most High himself had already told Moses that your children are not going to keep my laws, and I will send them into the Gentiles. And that's where they pick that stuff up at. That's.
I'm sorry, when you said pick that stuff up, what do you mean pick what up?
So again, the Egyptians, you can research this yourself. The Egyptians worship the moon.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, the Egyptians had a deity for every day of the moon. They had 354 deities.
I think his name is Khonsu.
Yep.
That was one of them, yeah. You know, so they had 354 deities for each day of the moon. When we was in captivity, in Egyptian captivity, and we knew that that's what the Egyptians was doing. Mm-hmm. And then when we went later on, we came out, we went to, this is why I was harping on the point in Exodus 12:2, he called the month Abib. Yes, I understand that the Hebrew word Kodesh is there, but he called Kodesh Abib, not Yerach. In the book of Kings.
Yerach doesn't mean month though. Yerach
it means moon. That's my point though. That's my point though. If I wanted to, I could really go into the book of Enoch where Enoch says the moon has 4 names. It tells you the 4 names of the moon.
Where is it? I'm looking at.
Okay.
I'm looking at Enoch, and I got a question, Enoch, because I need you to reconcile this for me. And then I'm gonna let Nehemiah jump in. Hold
on, let me just give you the one verse real quick, and then I'll take that because Sirach says that, and I'm cool. I'm fine with that. In the book of Enoch, hold on. Let me find it. I got it.
And who's your translation by, or is it Ken Johnson?
It's R.H. Charles from 1817, something like that.
Is that that's both of them by him?
Both of the Enochs I have?
Well, Jubilees that you're reading out of, who was that by?
That's not by Charles.
That's not by Charles. I mean, Charles has, he did one, but Jubilees was again, the book of Tobit, the book of Sirach, the wisdom of and the wisdom of Sirach was all found in the Dead Sea Scrolls together. Enoch, Jubilees, and Tobit, and then a few other apocryphal. The book of Daniel and the dragon, and a few other books was all found together in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So don't take this the wrong way. It's like brothers accept Tobit and those books of the apocryphal, but don't accept Jubilees and Enoch when they was found in the same cave.
Yeah, but then who's this heathen?
I don't know him, but you brought up a good point, and I'm, again, you guys will notice in my presentation, I didn't really use Strong's, right? Because Strong is a Gentile himself. You ever seen James Strong?
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah.
So
that's a heathen right there for sure.
That's a heathen. That's the heathen of heathens. If you've seen that man, so I didn't even really want to use none of that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it was fine that y'all did it. That's cool, but I didn't want to go into that. But Enoch 78 too.
Okay. Enoch, yeah, that's okay. Well, go ahead and just bring it out, bro, because I'm sitting at the same spot.
Okay. The moon has 4 names. The first is Asonia, the second Ebla, the third Benasse, and the fourth Ire. So, when Sirach says the month is called after her name, if we were just using straight English, it would have to be saying that the moon has a name. If we're doing straight syntax, and Sirach says the month is called after her name, it can't be saying that the word for month and the word for moon are the same. It's saying the moon has a name, right? That's straight syntax. That's literally what he says. He said the month is called after personal pronoun, her name, right? Did I butcher that?
No, I definitely.
So he wouldn't be saying the Hebrew word for month and the Hebrew word for moon are the same. He would be saying the Hebrew word for month is called after the name of the moon. That's no different than me saying the name of the angel. If I say the name of the angel, you understand the angel has a name, right?
I can see where I can see where you're going. Yeah, let me look at it again. Matter of fact, let me Nahima, you go ahead and bring out your point. I just want to read this out of Enoch real quick.
Okay. So my point or my question was going back into Genesis 7 and 8 when we were using those two chapters to reconcile that it's 360 days in a year.
64.
So so you said 360 days plus the 4 days of transition, right? So 364 days.
364, and Noah gave you the 4 days. So I'm not making up the 4 days.
No. I'm not saying that you're making up anything. I'm just saying the way you count it for the calendar year. And Elias was saying 360 days because we have 150 days over 5 months, and then we divide that 150 by 5 gives you 30 days per month. And then assuming that the rest of the months follow that same category, you get 30 days per month in all 12 months. Right. So, okay, my question with that is when we get into Genesis chapter 7 and verse 12.
Okay.
I'm sorry, start at verse 11. And it reads, in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were open. 12, and the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the same day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons with them into the ark. So now we have right here that it rains 40 days and 40 nights. And that day that it started raining, they entered into the ark, and the Most High closed the door of the ark. Right? And then we go over into verse 17. So it's a recap of what was just said in the previous verses. And when we get down to verse 17, it says, and the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased and bare up the ark, and it was lift up above the earth. Right? So here it is. We have that the rain starts, and the flood and the foundations of the deep were broken up, and the flood started. And then we have 40 days and 40 nights of rain and flooding, right? So the water levels increasing. Now we go to verse 18, and it says, and the waters prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beasts and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man. Right? And so let's go down to verse 24. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Right? So that's where you guys are getting that 150 days from. What about the 40 days of raining and flooding that started on the second day of the 17th month? Because the count for the 5 months is from the 17th day of the second month to the 17th day of the seventh month. But on the 17th day of the second month, it started raining and flooding. You get 40 days then. Then the waters prevailed because it stopped raining and flooding at the end of the 40 days. And then you get 150 days extra where the waters were just there, 15 cubits above every hill and above every mountain. So that's not 150 days, that's 190 days over a 5-month period. Now you do that math, and 190 divided by 5 is 38 days a month. This is a part of my presentation that I didn't want to go into at this particular time, because we're going to go way out. And when you see it, if you add up all the numbers that you see in this account, you get 407 days that happen in this year. In this particular year, the year of the flood, from the 70th day of the second month of the 600 year of Noah's life to the 17th day of the second month in the 601st year of his life, you get 407 total days. And the crazy thing is, between the 10th month and the first day of the first month of that new year, you only get 54 accounted days, because he sends out the dove and the raven for a week, and then he sends out the dove by itself for a week, and that's 14 days, and then there's only 40 other days that are mentioned prior to that. Then you get to the first day of the first month, and that started on the 10th day. Where is it? Sorry, give me 1 second. I don't want you guys to think I'm just pulling this out. I'm a reader.
Cool.
Okay. So verse 5, so chapter 8 and verse,
you said chapter 5?
I'm sorry, chapter 8, verse 4. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th day in the 10th month, on the first day of the month, where the tops of the mountains were seen. So right here on the 10th day of the 10th month, you can see the tops of the mountains. And then it says, and it came to pass at the end of 40 days. So there's 40 days right there. From the 10th day on the 10th month till this point, 40 days have just passed. Then Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also, he sent a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth, that he put forth his hand and took her and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days. So now we're at 47 days since the 10th month, 10th day. And the dove came into him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from all the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days. So now we're at 54 days. So we got 47 and 7. That's 54 days. And sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him anymore. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, the first day of the month. So we've gone from the 10th day in the 10th month to the first day of the first month, and it's only been 54 days. That's a 3-month time period where you only have 18 days a month.
Wait, you said you have 18 days per month?
Because 18 times 3 is 54. So this is why I come. So this is why I've come to the conclusion where I gave those scriptures when you asked me, Daniel 2:21 and Acts 1 and 7, and even Psalm 104 and 19, that counting the days will always mess us up. And it's something that both of you have touched on about the intercalary days. And it's something that Eliyahu has said a while ago, and it dawned on me later on. Nowhere in the scripture does it mention an intercalary day that we should be. There's no mention of second Adar. There's no mention of rectifying our calendar to match what the Most High said. That's because we shouldn't be counting it anyway. rely on him. When he's giving us the symbols and the signals and things like that, we should just be following that. And when he brings in the year, then it's like, okay, that's what he set for. That's why the moon is the sign of feast. And I'm not knocking what either one of you has said, but that's why I got under that understanding. So you
let me ask you something.
Both saw, and like you were saying, you said that it's impossible for there to be 10 months of 30 days following the moon, because then you end up with 300 days. And if you assume the next 2 months for 30 days each, 360, the moon does not do a 360-day revolution, right?
Mm-hmm.
So same thing. I agree with you. I don't think it's that way either. I'm sure you can all Google this information about the moon moving around the earth and you get 354 days. The sun will do it in 365 and a quarter. The stars will do it at 363 in 20 minutes or something crazy like that. Somebody has done all of this. None of them line up together. And if you wait for them to line up, it'll be so many hundreds of years before they all sync themselves back up. Following any one is erroneous.
Are you talking about the sun, moon, and stars?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So let me ask you a question. What was that total number again? 400 and what?
It was 407, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Okay. So how many seasons do you have in 407 days per year?
Counting in this, it does not read into it. I'm not that smart enough to decipher that. It could be, but
okay, no, that's fine. Okay. In actual life, how many seasons are there?
They're showing before.
Okay. So in 12, okay, let me ask you this. Every 12 months, do you go through all 4 seasons?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so so I'm gonna just use the Gregorian calendar. The Gregorian calendar said there's 365 days a year, and that covers January 1 through December 31st, right?
Okay.
And that covers all 4 seasons.
Okay.
So wait, what was it, 407?
It's 407.
So if even on the Gregorian calendar in 365 days, you cover all 4 seasons, and you can start at winter and you're coming back to spring, then what would those additional 54 days be?
I have no idea. They would have to be wherever you started off, you would end up in winter again.
My point is you wouldn't be coming back to your starting point. You would be coming back to later than your starting point.
Absolutely right. That's why I prefaced it and said that was this particular year, because this particular year of Noah's life was full of things that had never been seen before and things that will never be seen again.
Well, true, yes, but the thing is, remember, all of that only took place in 1 year, though. It said when this started, it was the 600 year in Noah's life, and then it was over in the 601st year, and then it was over in the 601st year. But so even if I was to deal with the scriptures that you use for this, what was it, Acts 1 and 7, where he said it is not for you to know the times and the seasons that the Father have reserved for himself. That wasn't talking about the actual seasons, though. That was talking about what their actual question was: when will the Most High restore the kingdom to Israel? And so the Most High, not the Most High, so Yahushua is saying it is not up to you to know the times and the seasons that literally that would kind of be redundant. It would be the times and the appointed times. Well, not so that the Most High have reserved for himself. The seasons that the Most High have reserved for himself, like one of those is when Yahushua will return. Nobody knows that. But that verse doesn't have nothing to do with, actually, if that verse meant that, that would be in direct opposition to Genesis 1:14. The fact that he gave us the sun, moon, and stars to determine times and seasons and days and months and etc. And now I didn't do this in my presentation, but I could actually go through the Bible and show you all 12 months, nothing more, nothing less. And you can't get 407 days in 12 months. even in Daniel 2, where it says he changes, I mean, was it Daniel 2?
Daniel 2 and 21.
Let me see here.
So I agree that what we know now is the calendar with the 12 months does not have 407 days. That's why I said that particular year was a year of things that we have never seen before and will never see again. That year was full of just, I don't want to say magic, but amazing things.
Well, right. So that's why I ended the part that I said, because the new moon that Noah counted was within that 364-day cycle. So, like, for example, that's why I was pulling out the fact that Noah is the one who gives you the 4 days, or the 4 intercalary days, or the 4 seasonal days. But what Noah was keeping, so let me say it this way. It said Noah kept the new moon of the first month, the 4th month, and the 7th month, right? And then that Malach of the presence told Moses to tell the children of Israel that a year should be 364 days. Now, when Noah was keeping the new moon of the first month, or the first day of the first year, the first day of the new year, and when he was keeping the new moon of the 7th month, which happens to be the Feast of Tabernacles, Feast of Trumpets, which is a feast day, which is exactly what the Malach tells Moses, especially like about Shavuot. Like I was saying, when you're going from the 2nd month to the 7th month, you're compassing pretty much all of the feast days, with the exception of Pesach and unleavened bread and first fruits. But you're getting Shavuot and then the other 4. So, and then Noah is mentioning particular months: the 1st month, the 7th month, the 10th month. If you like, I can go through all 12 months, and we never see a 13th month, or in other words, if you see 12 months in the scriptures, even after Noah, then that's kind of what it is. I'm not even talking about from a Gregorian standpoint. Just like you mentioned, we know that Hanukkah is in the 10th month. We know that Purim is in the what month?
12th month.
12th month, right. And so, like you mentioned earlier, we never see anything of a 13th month in the scripture. But you do see that if you use the method that the sighting of the new moon, and then now Enoch does talk about where that 13th month comes from, and the fact that there will be people doing this, but I chose to leave that out. So you have to remember, everything that Noah was doing was tied to what the angel was giving to Moses. So it's not necessarily true that only happened in Noah's day, because Moses was to continue it and give that to the children of Israel.
Okay.
But again, if well, no, I wouldn't even go into that. Oh, but you said Daniel 2. What was the verse in Daniel 2?
2 and 21.
21. It says,
I can read, and he changes the times and the seasons. He removeth kings and setteth up kings. He giveth wisdom unto the wise and knowledge to them that know understanding.
Right, but if that's what that verse means, then that goes against what y'all was saying Sirach says in Ecclesiasticus, when he said that the sun and moon know their order and that they won't deviate from that. So it has to be one or the other. Either that's not what Daniel means, or Sirach don't know what he was talking about.
So for me, I don't necessarily see them in disagreement. I don't see them in contradiction to one another. But I understand the point that you're trying to make. But all of that is contingent upon the Most High putting his hand to it. So that's why I brought up Joshua, and you brought up Hezekiah. right? So if that's the case, the Most High, Joshua prayed to the Most High, and the Most High stopped the sun for an entire day. That stopped the sun from doing its job, what it was supposed to do.
And the moon.
Matter of fact, he stopped this. You're absolutely right. The sun and the moon, he stopped them both. So for that time period of about a day, they weren't doing what they were supposed to do. But Sirach 43 and 8 still ring. I'm sorry, 43 and 10 still rings true because it was the Most High that did it.
Mm-hmm.
So even though in that particular moment they weren't doing what they were supposed to do, that we could say that they ceased in their watching for that day, but we know that it was because the Most High chose for it to happen. So I think that that's, and I use that very loosely, what I think. But that's allowed. I would venture to say that that's not one of them ceasing their watching because it was the Most High who made them do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see the contradiction of
Oh.
Daniel 2 and 21 and Sirach 43 and 8.
Right. Okay. Hold on.
Elias, I see the wheels turning.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
You waiting for me, Ark?
I'm waiting for y'all. I know y'all in discourse right now, so I don't want to.
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm. So, but if that's so, Nehemiah, you do believe that the full moon is the new moon, right? But you believe that the Most High could change that at any time and make it the crescent.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, I take that back. Yes. If he absolutely, I should have let you finish. If that's what he desired to do, then absolutely, yes, he could. Stop, dude.
So then he does change.
Stop. Nope.
There is a shadow of his turning because that's a change, Ark.
But this is what I'm saying. And I knew this is where you were going because Malachi 3 and 6 and the Most High does not change. He changed not. I'm not a man that I should change. I changed not. But if it is so his desire to do so, who's going to stop him? The only thing he's bound by is his own word. So he has the ability to do it, but he doesn't do it because why does he say that in Malachi 3 and 6? I changed not so that you are not consumed. So that the children of Israel are not consumed. I know, I hear him. If y'all can see his face, is he looking right at me? But that's why he doesn't do it, so that we are not consumed. That's what that verse is about. I change not so that you guys are not consumed. If I wanted to, I can.
Mm-hmm. But remember, he didn't just stop the sun and then time just picked up from retroactively. When it was over, he moved the sun forward so that it would have been in the moon. They still would have been where they would have been if he would have never did that.
No, he didn't. In the book of Joshua, when he says that he stopped the day, when he stopped the sun and the moon, it was for about a whole day. In the book of is it Kings? It's First Kings when Hezekiah does it, when he moves the sundial back 10 degrees. It's not King. It's is it First Samuel?
No, that is either Kings or Chronicles. He was talking to Isaiah.
He was talking to Hezekiah. It was Isaiah who did it for Hezekiah. Hezekiah was sick.
Yeah.
Second Kings 20. So for Hezekiah, when the Most High moved it back, he asked Hezekiah, well, through Isaiah, he said, is 10 degrees going forward or backwards on the sundial a light thing? And Hezekiah said that it is a light thing for the sundial to go forward 10 degrees because that's what it's supposed to do. And he said, fine, I'll make it go back 10 degrees. And if you do the calculations, and you can Google it because I ain't that smart either, 10 degrees on the sundial is only 40 minutes. That's nowhere near a whole day. So he stopped the day for Joshua's time for a whole day. The moon and the sun stopped for almost a whole day. For Hezekiah, he backed it up 40 minutes. So they did not resync themselves. They're still out. That's why I sent you guys that link that I found the other day where NASA goes through and through their calculations, they verified that in time there is 23 hours and 20 minutes missing from our timeline.
And they also stood on the moon.
They say they did a lot of things, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying, you take 24 hours and you subtract 40 minutes, you get 23 hours and 20 minutes out.
Well, I mean, I won't go into that because that'll be a little too confusing. But in ancient biblical times, you know, a day was 18 hours, not 24. But you know.
So that was my
Because
whole.
for example, I'm sorry, for example, and when Yahusha says, are there not 12 hours in the day? Right? That's not true in winter. You don't get 12 hours a day in the winter. So the length of day changes per season. So he was talking about there's 12 hours of day during a particular season, but you never have 12 hours of light in the winter. That's why, you know, you got the sun setting at 4:30. You got it rising at what? And setting at 4:30.
Gain, I understand.
What was your question, Liza?
Okay, Con. All right, so I'm back here in the Book of Enoch, chapter 78. You was just there.
Talking about the names of the moon?
I'm reading a little past it.
Else. Okay.
And I need you to reconcile this for me, bro. So I'm in verse 3, right?
78:3.
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
These are the great luminaries. Their circuit is like the circuit of the heavens, and they are the same size. In the circuit of the sun, there are 7 portions of light which are added to it more than the moon. An indefinite measure, it is transferred to the 7th portion of the sun is exalted. They set and enter the constellations of the west and make their revolution by the north and come forth through the eastern constellation on the face of the heaven. Now watch this. When the moon rises, 1/14th part appears in the heaven. What is that?
What you mean? What is it? It's
well, let me finish it, then we'll come back.
Okay.
When the moon rises, 1/14th part appears in heaven. On the 14th day, she completes her light. The 15th part of light are transferred to her till the 15th day when her light is completed according to the sign of the year, and she becomes 15 parts, and the moon grows by the addition of 14 parts. So verse 6 is what?
And when the moon rises 1/14, it's the phase of the moon.
Okay, what phase would it be in?
With the sliver.
Okay, I just want to make sure now. Verse 8. On the first day of her waning, so she's already completed in verse 7. On the first day of her waning, she decreases to 14 parts of her light. On the second, to 13 parts of light. On the third, to 12. On the fourth, to 11. On the fifth, to 10. On the sixth, to 9. On the seventh, to 8. On the 8th to 7. On the 9 to 6. On the 10th to 5. On the 11th to 4. On the 12th to 3. On the 13th to 2. On the 14th to a half of a seventh. And all her remaining light completely disappears on the 15th.
Read that again. Read that again. Read that last part again. And all her remaining light disappears
on
the 15th.
On the 15th, Con.
But most people say that's the full moon. If I understand where you're going, right? I'm not saying it's not. But no, listen. I'm saying most people say the 15th day of the moon is what?
Right, but see, we gotta. Let me go back to the 7, right? Because when we started 8, it says on the first day of her waning.
Oh, right. Listen to what you're saying. On the first day of her waning. Not
after she's been complete, she starts to wane.
Sure.
Okay.
But it's the first day of her waning. It's just designating the beginning of her waning. Not if I understand where I think you're going. I mean, I could be wrong, but it's like me saying the first day on the job or my first day, my first day on the job. It's designating the first day of its decrease. It's decreasing, right?
Right.
Waning.
Right. Yeah.
Not necessarily the first day of the month, but just the first day of her position. The first.
Well, let me read on because she's gonna get into that.
Go ahead.
Well, he's gonna get into that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me finish verse 9. And in certain months, the month has 29 days, and once 28. Verse 10. And Uriel showed me another law. When the light is added to the moon, and on which side it is added to her by the sun during all the period of which the moon is growing in her light, she increases it to herself opposite the sun till the 14th day of her light is completed in heaven. And when she is fully illuminated, her light is completed in the heaven. Mm-hmm. On the first day, she is called the new moon. Mm-hmm. For on that day, the light rises upon her. She becomes a full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets
in the west.
Hold on, I'm losing myself. Sun sets in the west, and from the east she rises at night, and the moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises opposite of her, and the moon is seen opposite the sun. On the side whence the light of the moon comes forth, there again she wanes till all the light vanishes and all the days of the month are at an end. And her circumference is empty, void of light. Mm-hmm. So reconcile this for me, bro, because we're seeing the use of the word new moon. Mm-hmm. Shameless plug is taking place at the crescent moon. Can we gather that? Like I said, I'm not keen on Book of Enoch. I own it, mm-hmm. Right? But I need you to reconcile this to me what it's saying. Because this is talking about a new moon. It's talking about a phase of moon. It's talking about a month cycle being completed. Mm-hmm. So help me understand what he's talking about, because I know you're the resident expert when it comes to Enoch.
Right, I got you. So, are you? Let me ask. What verse is it? Is your main point verse 12 when it says, "And on the first day she is called the new moon"?
Well, that's not my main point, but that is one of the points. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Okay. So let me ask you this: on the first day of what? Just referring to verse 12. It says, "And on the first day, she is called the new moon." Now, actually, I'm gonna do something different. Hold on. Let me do 13 for a minute. He says she becomes full moon exactly on the day when the now how many Israelites do you know determine the full moon by when the sun goes down in the west? Or do they just look at the moon and say it's totally illuminated, but or in other words, why does he say she becomes full exactly on the day? Now the sun sets in the west every day, right? Mm-hmm. It rises in the east. It sets, well, it doesn't always rise in the east, but a certain time of the year it rises in the east, but it always sets in the west every day, no matter what season you're in. So he says she becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun goes down in the west, and from the east she rises at night, and the moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun, or i.e. in the morning when the sun rises, you can still see the full moon at the same time.
Okay.
You ever seen that?
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah.
In the morning.
Well, not every morning, but I have seen it. Yeah.
Right. It's not gonna happen every morning.
For sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
There's certain times of the year where when the moon when when the sun sets in the west, right? And then the moon is totally full, but rises in the east. That is when Enoch is saying the moon was considered totally full or totally illuminated, right?
Okay.
But he said the moon would rise in the east at night, and the moon would shine the whole night till the sun would rise in the morning. And you could, so in the morning when the sun rises and it's above the horizon, you can see the disk of the sun, but you can still see the full moon, but not in its strength.
Okay.
That's the full moon. So for example, say like today, if let's say if the moon looked full to us, right? And we say, oh, today's the full moon. But in the morning, you don't see the disk of the sun and the moon full, then that's not the full moon. But most people just say, oh, the moon is totally illuminated. That's the full moon, no matter what happens in the morning. They don't even know about looking at something in the morning to know that that was the full moon.
Okay.
So when I say the calendar is solar lunar, even what, just from a historical point, I'm gonna just use it as an historical point, right? And my position has always been you use the sun first, even for the determining of certain phases of the moon, i.e. the full moon. I.e. the full moon. This would be a solar, lunar, hoka beam, or stars, that's the Hebrew word for stars, and then aretz, kumesh, yirak, hoka beam, aretz, sun, moon, stars, earth, sun, moon, stars, earth.
Okay.
But most Israel isn't doing that. And oh man, what was the dark moon, right? Like if, and this is not a shot at you, this is not a shot at you, Nehemiah. But when the moon is totally dark, can I really call it the moon according to what you were saying if it's not light at all? But what did it say? It said Yahuwah made two great lights. That doesn't mean that one particular phase of the moon isn't considered the moon because it's not shining. But the other question is this: what do you do when the moon is totally dark for 2 to 3 nights in a row?
So I actually have an answer for that. If that wasn't rhetorical, I actually have an answer for that.
Sure.
So according to the same group of people, NASA, right, and some other scholarly people who are much smarter than I am, the actual first slice and last slice of the moon, the light that is emitted is not visible by the human eye, so by the naked eye. So therefore, when you see those 2 or 3 days time period where the moon has no light, it actually has first and last lights. We just aren't able to see it without like a microscope, a telescope or something like that. So it's not actually completely dark for 2 or 3 days.
Now that's going to take us into astronomy.
That's going to take you into something else, but I'm just
on that. Oh, and I'm glad we went this. Let me. I'm sorry. Can I switch gears real quickly because I'm gonna have to sign off in a minute.
Likewise.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just want, and the question is for Nehemiah, right?
Okay.
This you, Elias?
Khan, this is me.
Okay.
Nehemiah, now let me zoom in on this.
And I know where you're going.
Right. So explain to me which when would be the new moon that you observe?
So for me, it would be a combination of the calculation, like Eliyahu was saying, and then the actual observance. So for myself, in this captivity, I am subject to using like Google or something like that. If I look up and I see and it looks full to me, and according to the calculations, where it should be about 29 or 30 days, I don't know which one it has to be, and I see that it's not quite full, then I go to the next day. And then at that point, I use Google or whatever, and Google says, all right, this is 99.99% the full moon. And there we go. That's my eyes. My eyes can't see 0.025% of light. You know what I mean?
Right. And I'm not mad at you. And this is what I was dealing with in regards to astronomy, because according to astronomy, they're gonna call this the new moon, which was the point that Eliyahu was bringing out. Hold on, bro, that ain't what you're dealing with.
Okay.
Now, according to astronomy, this would be the new moon, right? But we know we're not dealing with when our right, exactly. Our forefathers weren't dealing with with
Google.
telescopes and this, that, and the third. They were dealing with what they could optically see, right? So I can see a little bit of something on this one, right? But visibly, the moon looks full here. At least one of these three, somewhere up in there, right?
See, for me, 16 doesn't look full.
Okay. What about 17?
Between 17 and 18, that's, you got me. That's like where I would resort to using, all right, Google, what does NASA say? And then even in that, I'll use like 3 or 4 different ones, like NASA, SpaceX, and like there's 2 or 3 other ones that I will go to. And if they agree around a certain percentage, then I'll go with that. You know, because it would also have to line up with, all right, it's been 29 days or 30 days, and then that's what that looks like. So if I'm looking at something and they're like, oh yeah, the new moon is tomorrow and it's been 15 days, and I'm like, nah, nah, that ain't it.
So how would you, if challenged, how would you support that scholastically, that you would observe the 3rd or 4th full moon, right? If a person wanted a scholastic source, right, in regards to the children of Israel observed the full moon, okay, well, the moon appears full for like 5 days. Which one do you deal with? The 3rd one, okay, well, show me that. You know what I'm saying?
So that would have to be like, I can't go to a scripture right now. I'm like, hey, look, there were 3 Israelites out in the field and they were looking up, and they all 3 agreed that the moon was 100% full at that time. I can't do that.
Okay.
So like, to go into an extra biblical source, like, and to be 100% honest, and this is not a stab at anyone, we can go onto the internet, into the library, however, and we can find sources to support whatever it is that we want. I found people who say the last slice is the new moon, no moon is the new moon, the first slice is the new moon. I've even seen the gibbous, the half moon, as the new moon. And it's just whatever you're willing to go with. There's somebody who's willing to publish an article or a book or whatever to support whatever it is you think. But the overwhelming evidence is, and I'm shameless plug, you don't see many people following the full moon as the new moon. You just don't see it. Like, not from Amalek, not from Ishmael, not from Moab, nobody. Everybody has, it's either dark first or last slice for the most part. You see some fringes on the inner side, no pun intended. Some people out on the fringe who follow some weird stuff. But for the most part, you won't see anybody following the full moon as the new moon. And there's a reason for that. And I'm not going to get into it, but there is a reason for that.
Yeah, but you know, this is coming from the mouth. This is coming from the mouth of a man who used to actually work at NASA in my younger days. Not that I got some personal vendetta against NASA, but you know what I'm saying? You want to take it there. We say Sabbath, the actual word is Shabbat. It's spelled the same. Well, it's spelled Shin Bet Ta. It's Shabbat, we say Sabbath, right? We say Nasa, the Hebrew word is Nasha or Nakash. That's the Hebrew word for serpent, which means to deceive. I don't have too much stock in what NASA says. I mean, yeah, they up there going and with them things called, sending astronauts and whatever. And no pun intended, they're going in the darkness. You know what I'm saying? Talking about we stood on the moon. Yeah, okay. I mean, these are the same people who tell me that the earth is suspended in midair, spinning so fast I can't feel it. But if I go to the playground and get on a merry-go-round, I'll be dizzy in maybe 2 minutes, you know what I'm saying? So you mean to tell me a man-made toy can spin faster and I can feel it and have more effects on me than the earth being suspended in nothing, spinning so fast that I can't feel it? These are the same people that tell me that they stood on the moon and they got shadows while they on the moon. Really? Why they supposedly standing on the moon? And you can see and they've never been able to reproduce this because they lost some footage, and so they can't do it again. You're right. Yeah, you can't do it because you never done it, is the problem.